Hello everybody, welcome back to Wampleville. Welcome back to the land of the Khandish Variags, because we are going to be working another piece of terrain here. So we got two of these big, look at how big these things are compared to the original ones. Holy smokes. But what we're going to be doing is painting one of these guys. Hey there, Armored Wolf. Hope that you're doing okay. Uh, that sign really is fantastic. I mean, that is wow. That's really incredible. Hey there, Landrast. So we'll have to figure out what we're doing with all of these magic carpets on the inside here. We will try to match some of that kind of stuff right there. We'll see what we can do with that. But this is gonna be this is gonna be pretty well. We got two of these things actually, and this is from the Printing Goes Ever On. So we also have another one here. It's more about, oh no, that's, well, actually I have one of those ready to go too. But we got another yurt over here. Yeah, this one. So it's a little bit bigger than those. Here, let me line this baby up here. So yeah, we got that one, which I don't think we're going to have time to get to tonight, but is what it is. Now I got to figure out. Hey there, Dark Horse. Nice to see ya. I think what we'll do is we'll just go in between these ropes here instead of continuing that, because the roof literally goes right to that edge over there. So I then might do the our iconography right there on the door, so to speak. Yeah, these are a little bit bigger, huh, Dark Horse? I mean, we can set that down inside there. Of course, we didn't have these things. Now this is a little bit different rig than you've seen the last few times. And again, well, actually I can unscrew it here. I can unscrew it over here. So these things really are super flexible. Now, what we got to do, we basically have to do a whole bunch of stuff with the blue. I mean, this is all literally just going to be blue. So, well, let's start doing some stuffs here. Let's do some stuff. We got the Prussian blue here, and a whole heaping bunch of thinner here. Might have to get out some more. Might have to get some more Prussian blue in there. Well, let's just roll with this. Let's just roll with this for right now. I'm actually tempted more to do, say, multiple applications of the Prussian blue than to... Yeah, I might just leave it this thin. Well, we'll see how this works. We'll see how this goes. Again, this is the most thrilling part of the stream, right, Dark Horse? I mean, this is that is that is epic knowledge that's being parlayed right there, isn't it? Oh, by the way, there. Oh, here we go. So, Kathy's sister sent me a few of these. So this is part of our medicine tonight. So this is added to the cranberry ginger ale. So it is a different medicine tonight. Have not tried it. Haven't tried it yet. So we'll see what that's going to be like. Yeah, I'm kind of glad I'm going this way with it. Wow, that's pinline washi, isn't it? Wow, look at that. That is very pinline washi. That's a highly technical painting term right there. Feel free to use that. Look at that. Wow. It just keeps on going and going and going, doesn't it? Look at that. I was kind of hoping that it wouldn't be too dark. That's actually, I'm trying to maybe save a little bit of time here so that I don't have to do as much of the lighter blue. And we'll see how it works. Again, can only just try it, right? We can only try it and see what the heck happens. The only way we'll know, right, Dark Horse? Actually, I've got another vehicle printing out tonight. I've got that Eldar Grav tank. I just started that, I don't know, 5 minutes before the stream started. Heck, I was just spraying these in a bunch of other terrain with the Liquitex spray paint only a few hours ago. I just let that roll down there. Look at that. Inside that, I think I'll just leave that be wood. Now we're just going to start hitting our little magic carpets down here. Because reasons. Or raisins, one or the other. We're good with either one. Thanks, Dark Horse. Yeah, let's see. With the exception of one, I think every single one was painted on the stream. Yeah, I think only one of them was not painted on stream, and that was done in a video. So there's indisputable visual evidence of all of them, right, Dark Horse? And those were really, it was kind of neat to see them together like that. Of course, now, obviously, seeing them with basically running around inside Minas Morgul, and of course, I got more of those to do. Yeah, there's more of those that have to be done. So we're literally only 1/3 of the way through the Morgul army, maybe, or Minas Morgul army, I guess I should say. Hey there, Blades. So Blades, did you see that they set the record? Now there's they couldn't match the Cleveland Spiders and some of the other futility, but at least they had some success. Yeah, Dark Horse, I really can't wait to do the that video, right, with the train. The other thing I want to try and do is put them on the little rotating carousel thing and take a video that way and see. I think I can get maybe more of them on that carousel at once. We'll see how that goes. All right, well, I'm liking this approach here where I can kind of do see, I can do a second round and make those darker. I like this idea better. Okay, so this is a worthy experiment here. So Blades, I hope that all the different situations are clearing up, and hopefully things down south weren't super bad. Georgia got messed up, but I don't know if Atlanta really got zomed like everybody else did. So I don't think so. Could be wrong, but I don't think so. And again, we'll be doing all our free-handy stuff here. I think there's a little bit less. I think the ropes won't necessarily interfere as much with the freehand pattern as the other yurts did. Hey there, Nurgle Matthew. Nice to see you. Happy Friday. Happy Friday. Yeah, Blades. Because at first it was a little bit more dicey for places like Atlanta, but I think, and now of course there was tons of tornadoes there long before the long before the hurricane ever got there. There was tornadoes all over the place. Actually, now Blades, if you take the total, I believe in the basically the 4 affected states, you're looking at least 4 million people. So yeah, that's upwards of 4 million people that are they're camping it rough right now. Let's do one last section here. Oh, good, this is actually going to hold up. Just barely. I literally just did mix enough of this for now. See, then we can kind of go back in here and maybe then do some of the darker stuff. While this set's not going to do the brown around the outside. Actually, wait a second. Before this gets too mischievous here, I can see what it's trying to do. I see what you're trying to do there. We're gonna do that. That's there we go. Anywhere else trying to be mischievous too? Okay, maybe that is. Just because of the whole pin line wash thing there. Now, so Blades, yeah, well, there's one thing we forgot here. Let's do this. Now, Blades, I do think when in doubt, more fromage, right? When in doubt, more fromage. All right. So the darker part there, and I don't have the indigo out. We'll use the Prussian blue, and we will use the well, for now. And also too depends on just how much there is still left out here of the Payne's gray, which again is how's about we get some more Prussian blue out here? Oh, that's right. I basically used it all up. Remember this one? Yep, that's this one. Right here. 1 second. Get this out here. There we go. Prussian blue. Yeah, blades. Now, and people wonder why I follow college football and Aussie rules football. Is it any wonder? Because the other teams around these parts, they're not that much better. Yeah, it's not like the other ones are tearing it up in any way, shape, or form. Now this here again is much darker, but what I was thinking is that would go not around here, but around maybe the outside edge. Let's try this around the outside edges here and see how that works. You know what? We're gonna go even darker with that. And we'll try something like this, see how that might work. And we'll just maybe do other ones with something different, maybe. Maybe let's try something a little different here with this one. No, that just ends up looking too weird. So we're just gonna have to, that one's just gonna be all the dark blue. Yeah, we'll just go that way with it. Just gonna be all the dark blue. Because, whatever. Let's hit it over here. Just kind of scrubbing that in right now. Over here. And I think I'm actually going to maybe throw some of the darker stuff down in there. And then maybe go back to the darker edge around the outside here. And then sort of alternate every so often with some of these background ones being much darker. Like that. This one all the way down here. That I think will be also darker. And this right here, we'll put some of the dark in this zone here. So that's again some of the Prussian blue, some of the whatever, with also more of the other whatever. Again, that's some detailed information for you right there. You don't get that just on any channel, that's for sure. Then we got to figure out what is going on with these things on the wall up here. Now those we might alternate. Let me see if there's. All right, let's try this. Let's try that thing again where we just darken up this on some, not on all of them. Or maybe we will do, yeah, you know what, I will do that. I think that'll just be the easiest way to approach that. Come on. It's a big old chunk of paint there on the mouth. Now it's on the wall of the yurt on the outside. It's a good thing we caress the brush and don't crush the brush, right? So great to see you, Energo Matthew. I hope that you're doing very well. I mean, really, the inside of these things, not super vital, because there's very few guys that are not on horsey. Oh, and that'll kind of give you an idea just how big that thing is. These ain't small. And again, these are from the printing goes ever on. Printed on the Bamboo X1 like all the other stuff. So Armored Wolf, hopefully those last two terrain pieces go really quickly. Or was it three? No, maybe, I think it was actually 4 more. Sorry, I don't know why I said the last 2. My bad. Just going to hit these 2 things here. And then we'll kind of stop fooling around with the inside here, so that has a chance to set. Let's start doing some stuff out here. I think what we won't, and let me see, maybe if we do let's try it this way here. Let's do some of this. And a whole bunch of that. As in a ton of that. We won't go quite as pinline wash here, I think. Well, we'll break this down, but I don't think it's going to be quite so much of a pinline wash. Also going to start getting some of the Perline Black activated, or sorry, the regular Mars Black activated over here. Alright. And let's just work this stuff on here for right now. I want that to have a chance to set. I'll start another, okay, yeah, sorry Armored Wolf, I just, my brain is very much toast, and my sleeping pattern is going to be very much disrupted. Hey, Blades, I know that, I think it was you and Nerifel, right? Both had the basically no sleep going on. That's going to be happening here tonight. I'm not sure. It may be almost an all-nighter here tonight. Because, well, if we do the block party thing tomorrow, things are going to get started. At least the setup part of that's going to get started, I think, long before, or not long after we're done with the stream here. So, yeah, we might not be doing a whole lot of the sleeping thing. And I just kind of I realized that basically if I do try to sleep at all, I'll just kind of throw some blankets on the living room floor again to do the thing where I basically am uncomfortable enough that I barely sleep anyway. Boy, these things ain't small. These are not small, these things. Hey there, Valfera, how you doing? Happy Friday. I hope that today wasn't too bad. Yeah, let's keep rolling this way. Over here. And then obviously the big thing is going to be all of the freehand stuff. I still think it's going to be a little bit easier than the other one because I'm going to do it above this rope, so I won't have a rope cutting this way. And these, as you can see, they're pretty much almost straight vertical. Whereas the old huts, and here we'll show you what we're talking about. You can see there was ropes all over the place on those. And I do mean all over the place. We actually have a massive, probably the, well, definitely, not probably, the most massive Easterling building so far. It's essentially almost like Elrond's power. It's at least the size of Medjugorje. Yeah, it's like the it's like the Easterling version of Medjugorje. Big old batch of thinner to put right in there. And then a little more here. All right. Good to go there. Now we have to figure out what we're going to do here. I was almost thinking of doing the dark blue for the roof. I think we will not do that. Hey there, Judge Dredd. How you doing? Yeah, you're not supposed to put mustard in the ice maker there, Valfira. Not because the mustard doesn't, you don't want to freeze it. It's just because whatever the mustard goes into, it's going to break, right? Mustard is literally the most lethal substance known to humanity. It should be. Why it's not outlawed, Valfira, I have no idea. They focus on things like nuclear weapons and was that what's the thing, the plague or whatever? Yeah, they should be more worried about mustard, the true enemy, right, Valfira? It is the one true enemy of mankind. Nice to see you there, Judge Dredd. If you want to share any of the stuff that you're working on, oh, hey, Blades, if you wanted to share stuff in the chat too, please go ahead and do that. So basically, Valfira, I was hoping that I could find yurts that were not just different, but of a different size, because I didn't want to just be all the same, like a dozen of the same little ones, which is what I was going to be stuck with. So I was really glad that Printing Goes Ever On came out with these, because this is tremendous right here. Now, let's just find ourselves one of these here brushes, and well, here we go. Let me get some thinner on that, also that, also that, over here, over there, and on that. Everybody please check out the Instagram link that Blades just shared. Alright, now here we go. Here we go. What's going to happen? I don't know, because I think I don't think we're going halvesies. I think we're going to go up to this line right here. I think that's the line we're going to go to. Right there. So let's just, let's march all the way around this puppy here. Just like we did on the other one. Oh, geez, thanks, Blades. Holy smoke. So everybody, Blades had to start a new Instagram there, which means all of the previous followers were lost. So if everybody could please, not just check that out, but please give Blades a follow. Sorry, Blades. Again, my brain is non-existent here. I think too much mustard, and I haven't had mustard, Valve. I don't remember the last time I had mustard. You see what the effects are. It's like a permanent toxin, right? Right. Oh, also here these spices right here. Let me see. I think. Well, let me see if I can find it here. Nah, this will work. This will work. I think nope, that's not the one. Let's go to this one here. There we are. Come on. Yeah. So these are new favorites right here. Valfira, this smoked hickory flake salt, and this bourbon barrel smoked pepper. Yeah, those are new favorites for sure. Those are quite satisfactory. Hey there, Ryan. How you doing? Everybody, please check out this Instagram link. Speaking of Instagram, that Ryan is going to share with all kinds of fabulous painted miniatures. So yeah, Ryan, if you want to share your link, please go ahead and do that. Yeah, again, that those smoked hickory flake things, they smell just like a campfire. And I don't mean like wow, our campground is burning down. I mean, it's that really nice campfire smell. Yeah, that is tremendous stuff right there. Nurgle Matthew, well, speaking of which, I mean, if you want to share anything in the chat, especially now that you got the oil paints going, so that's pretty good, Nurgle Matthew. See, you don't have to be from Calgary to be an oiler. You don't actually have to be a Calgarian to be an oiler. No, no, that's the Calgary Flames. Speaking of burning, no, that's Edmonton. Yes, you don't have to be an Edmontonian. Yeah, Velfira, she actually sent us one other one from that same company. So Velfira, you remember I've been talking about the Gustas Vitae stuff? I think this is better than the Gustas Vitae. And the Gustas Vitae, I mean, that's not that's not cheap stuff right there. Okay, so I think that's gonna work. So say we all. So say we all. Oh, thanks, Horns fan. How you doing there, Horns fan? So Horns fan, it's gonna be a wild day tomorrow. Yeah, Nurgle Matthew, I wasn't sure if you even have picture or even have like a Discord or Insta. Because I think I've asked before, and I was pretty sure that you didn't have the Insta going. Oh, and of course, Hornspan, they set the record. Now, they didn't achieve necessarily the immortality we were hoping for, right? They could have lost more games. I mean, they tried, but I think they still could have lost more games, and really, really, really set a record for the ages. So yeah, there's supposed to be the block party thing tomorrow, and then Sunday, I was gonna do obviously a substitute Saturday on Sunday like we usually do, and then I went, oh wait a second, we have the Council of Miniature Painters thing on Sunday. Oh, and by the way, you can see how that's being absorbed. See how it's the leaching a little bit there? That's because this is so thin, and you can see it's kind of filling in those layer lines. But what it's actually also doing is it's essentially shading all of our freehand there. Actually, Nurgle Matthew, if you post something there, you can still post it here, right? Because I see other people doing it all the time. So you must be able to do that. Actually, here, let me just realized this is almost a pre-glaze style right here. Yeah, forgot all about that. Yeah, Horns fan, that happened today. The notification showed up on the phone, and then of course I have fellow Sox fans. They're messaging me right now. So if you hear like the dinging sound on the phone, that's other Sox fans sending me messages. Oh, it's gonna go up to here. That will go down to there. Actually, speaking of Christmas, well, that's I'll send you guys pictures of like those the inflatable Christmas things that people put in front of their houses and stuff. Well, we used to have one. It was a sock monkey thing, except obviously here because there's always 70-mile-an-hour winds all the time. Yeah, we'll tell you that story after we welcome in the Lion Creative. Thank you so much, Lion, for the raid. Great to see you again. As always, happy Friday/Saturday. Still, we got an hour and a half of Friday here just yet. So, Lion, I think you might have seen us painting the original Khandish yurts. Look at how big this one is compared to the other one. Look at this. This one literally fits inside of it. So yeah, this is what we're doing here. Is we're painting up another one of these. This one only is much bigger. Hey there, Mama Lion, how you doing? And of course, Lion Creative, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. So, Khandish yurts. These are the small ones. These are the small ones. And that is done in 3 different color schemes because we have 3 different color schemes in our one Khandish army. And there you see that's just one of basically the 3 factions because at least as it is now, there is no one Khandish character. There's no named characters. There's just generic kings and chieftains. Hey, Slovak, nice to see you. Kino, welcome back. Boy, it's been a little while. It's been a little while. Now, of course, actually, speaking of big terrain, we've also been painting these. That's a 28 millimeter scale ship. That's about, I want to say about 14 inches long or so. And that is for Corsairs of Umbar. Course, we've also been painting Easterling terrain. So it was actually between an Easterling terrain piece or these. Actually, I think the Easterling terrain piece would have probably gone faster. But I already have an entire Easterling table. And here I only have a tiny portion of a Khandish table. And I need to be able to do all the photography stuff. So Mama Lion, nice to see you too. And of course, Lion Creative, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. So, to finish that off, with all the wind and everything, that basically got kind of destroyed. I was able to tape some of the electric stuff together again. However, it basically has to stay in the house because obviously it can't be subjected to water or wind. And they basically just happened to see, I was going through Amazon, or no, I think it was Temu because I've been getting storage things from them because it's been even cheaper than Amazon. And they, for whatever reason, I think I got I got a Christmas decoration thing on there as a present for Kathy's family. And the next thing you know, it shows me it's a Santa who's climbing a tree. And then let's just say there's a dog that's got a hold of his pants. And let's just say that we see what kind of underwear that we know that now the Santa is either boxers or briefs. Now we know which it is. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see what this thing is like when it shows up. But it was about $10 cheaper there than it was on Amazon. So for whatever reason, don't know why. So you will be seeing pictures of that this Christmas. That's for sure. And of course, Christmas cookies, right? We'll be doing the Christmas cookies this time around. We're doing Halloween cookies. We're doing Halloween cookies, Christmas cookies. And of course, the ornaments. We'll definitely be doing the ornaments like we do every year. Velfira, you all have to have, everybody has those lights on their roofs because that's what the 737s use to make their way to the runway a few miles away. So again, we'll be doing more of those ornaments there. Sorry about that, Mama Lion. Yeah, those shipping stuff is always such a toss-up. Even if it gets there, will it get there in one piece? Let me see. We gotta go this way here. Then we get our lighter blue in there. So that is going to be really, really, really hilarious. And it's I think it was the sock monkey was just I think that was only about maybe 4 feet high tops. This one's supposed to be 6 feet high, which actually, considering he's climbing a tree, I guess that's really not that big. I didn't want a giant one because, again, if the 4 foot one had issues with wind, what's going to happen with something that's 6 feet high? Not that people don't also have like the 30-foot high ones, because they do. Oh yeah, I've seen entire sleighs and everything, just all of the inflatable variety. Let's see, eighth and ninth, right, Valfira? Now it seems like they're a little bit less. Just like, okay, here's these same standard electronics that we just put up every time there's an Amazon Prime whatever. Because it seemed like, some of the actually, remember last time? I think it was my camera boom. Yeah, that was also part of, I think, an Amazon Day or a Prime Day, whatever the heck it is. Actually, I think it was Recoil. He saw that. He said, or was it you, Valfera? It was either you or Recoil saw that that rig was on sale for like $30 less. Hey there, Goron. How you doing? So, yep, we are painting again more of our, just like the thing says, painting more of our Khandish yurts. We also have to do our little symbol in there too. No, we're gonna keep rolling this way. I'll keep rolling this way here. So apparently there is nothing is going to affect. I guess Tuscaloosa is still in good shape. So nothing's going to affect the Alabama-Georgia game tomorrow. So it was Recoil. So Nurgle Matthew, there's no need for anything like that. Again, brush cleaner. This is what cleans the brushes, not the thinner. Oh, look at that. Also dried acrylics, oil paints, not hazardous. Let's see, no vapor. And as far as thinner goes, this is a high quality odorless thinner. This is the Mona Lisa stuff that we talk about all the time, right, Nurgle Matthew? And look at that, it's a water bottle cap. Let's put it this way, Nurgle Matthew. An open jar of printing resin is about 10,000 times more dangerous to you than even an open container of the high quality odorless thinner. And of course, it's not the whole container, right? It's just that tiny little water bottle cap. That's it. Yeah, Horns fan. Now, of course, it hit basically Wednesday. No, it hit Thursday. If it hit tonight, then that would have been a different story. So I think it was one day sooner. Imagine if it hit on Saturday. I think we had something almost like that once. It was a long time ago. Yeah, so I forget. Does Texas actually? Texas actually has a real opponent this weekend. And actually, who else is going to be getting rude awakenings to the Big Ten and the SEC? Because I've already forgotten what the Mississippi State. So I'm not sure that's going to be so rude for Texas. Horns fan, that might be very rude for Mississippi State. Oh, and I'm also guessing.
Hello, little hobbit. Spark my gun
I'm also guessing that Arch Manning is going to start, right? Thank you so much. M's the letter M. Um, this is bigger than a hobbit hole. Actually, I like this better because I'm not gonna bash my head on this. Well, actually, there's no roof right now, so maybe not so much. Thank you so much, M's the letter M. What's gonna happen on our big Gandalf 6 here? Uh-oh. Somebody must have mentioned pipeweed or something. Somebody must have mentioned pipeweed because that looks like a 1 to me. Horns fan, I think that 13-12 game, boy, that talk about an upset for the ages, right? Horns fan that we were denied. Yeah, we were denied the upset of the ages right there. Let me just do actually I probably could have taken the makeup sponge to this right away. Yeah, probably could have done that. That could have been so epic, right, Horns fan? I was wondering why. It's like, wait a minute, why am I still doing this pattern? It's because this thing is so much bigger than the other piece of terrain that we painted this pattern on before by a wide margin. Now, there may also come a point here where I just want to maybe go wash some of the stuff off my hands here so I don't transfer that all over the place. A lot of the miniatures that I usually have here to show folks, those, well, there was no room for them because I have another one of these all prepped and ready to go. Yes, indeed. And of course, well, again, like we said, the Tennessee introduced Oklahoma to the SEC. Well, okay, good. We're almost all the way around here. So I'm guessing that Arch Manning is going to start. And, well, we'll see, Horns fan. Do you think there's going to be another episode of Fansville? Oh, by the way, these reports brought to you by the Wampelville Sports Network, covering the APCC at the Wampelville Sports Network. We cover the news before it is news. So yes, this is a groundbreaking sports channel here. Yeah, and of course, Valfair, I think they even said Oklahoma had spent the last part of 3 years preparing for this, right? Trying to beef up to basically match SEC standards instead of Big 12 standards. And, well, they got some work to do yet. Okay. I mean, they were still showing Caleb Williams when he was having, well, some struggles. Needless to say. Wait a minute, how do we want to have... Okay. That's how we want this to roll. Okay. So that's going to be a little wider here. That's good. So that can meet down here. This is actually one of the bigger folds that I'm trying to deal with right here. There we go. All right. Now, at least we've got that set here. We might even move that up a little. Now we're going to take ourselves a filbert type brush. I wonder... No, that's not necessarily Sèvres blue. That's, I think we still got to stick with our Prussian blue. And I'm just going to mix it with the fast matte white here. And we're just going to go this way with it. Yeah, roll like this. There we are. And I will figure out what we're doing on the inside here. You can see that's not so shiny anymore. It's a little bit less shiny in there. So, well, like we were just saying, right, Horns fan, we cover the news before it is news. The APCC, it may not exist yet, but it will, right? It's the Atlantic Pacific Central Conference. 10,000 teams, no academic standards. Everybody makes the playoffs. The portal is open during the game, so players can switch sidelines at random moments. There is one rule: you can't switch in the middle of a play, because that would be 12 men on the field. So yes, you can switch between quarters. You can. This is actually the reason why I haven't really done a whole lot with the Severus Blue, because well, those darn Prussians, right? Those dirty Prussians. They There's a lot of colors that we don't use anymore because of the Prussians. Cerulean blue being the first, the cobalt blue was the first casualty. Then cerulean blue followed soon afterwards. Okay, so yeah, we got a little bit of the lighter blue in there. And then we're just gonna do a little dry brushy thing in here just to get the ball rolling on some of this stuff here. Come on, there we go. All right. What I might do actually is only cursory stuff on the inside, because again, with the photos, don't really need to worry about the inside exactly. However, I was hoping to get to, where's my green guy here? I was hoping to get to this one, because again, I got a second one of these prepped and ready to go. Let's see. Yeah, Horns fan. What was the latest? What was the latest move? It happened just. Who was joining the pack 2? Yeah, somebody was joining the pack 2. I think some other teams were joining the. Well, I think the pack 12 was down to about the pack 4.5. Let's keep going with our lighter blue there. Also here. Nah, a little more. There we go. All right. Gonna hit a little bit of the blue down there too. Just for whatever. Yeah, let's just hit it there. We'll come back and we'll do the brown later if we really feel like we need to, but okay. So there's that. Let's start. Actually, you know what? I might hit this with our not blackest black because that is going to be, yeah, it's going to be difficult to see. Okay, we're going to do that. Let's hit that first. We actually got to, I got to get me, well, it's okay. I got to place an order for more of the spray paint anyway. Vale Fair, I think if we combine those two conferences, we'll have like the pack 1 because yeah, they're not exactly showing great resilience and strength, are they? Okay. Just gonna do this in here. Get this mixed up. A little more of a water here. Horns fan, remember last well, gosh, it wasn't even last week. I think the last stream we were talking, I was proposing that teams like Vanderbilt, Purdue, India, that basically the teams that just they know they're never going to have a shot in the conferences they're in now, they might just start forming their own conferences. Or they might, go to the conferences that were abandoned. That's my prediction. Is that those the schools that where football is a thing, but they never win anymore because they just cannot keep up with the modern day, Alabama's, Georgia's, Texas, Michigan's, Ohio States of the world. I have a feeling, Georgia Tech, those maybe even the military academies or something. I just have a feeling that those teams are going to migrate into those conferences that essentially got wiped out in this latest rejiggering here. Oh yeah, the Sun Devils, Oklahoma State, right? Yeah, Baylor's. I mean, those teams used to be at least uh, problematic, for some of the major powers, but now they're just kind of speed bumps, and that's about it. Okay, yeah, I'm glad I'm doing this around the outside of this thing here because that was going to be super distracting. Because I just can't imagine. I mean, if you put even a team like Mizzou or something like that into the Pac-10 or the Big 12 or something like that, they're probably, well, actually, Mizzou was, right? Wasn't Mizzou in the Big 12 for quite some time? Well, the Big 8, I guess. Yeah, they only recently went into the SEC. Again, the College Football Report brought to you by the Wampelville Sports Network. Yeah, no, Bedlam is that's the game against Oklahoma. Never mind. But they had that was always a weird game, like you say. There was definitely be some strange things that going on there, for sure. All right, I'm just since this is actually acrylic, my thinner's not going to do too much to that. So, all right, there we go. That's taken care of now. Actually, Horns fan, you know what that was? That's like that was the Big 12 equivalent of Auburn, Alabama. Because you talk about weird things. Uh, Auburn, Alabama is Friday the 13th, full moon, black cats, ladders. I mean, it's all of the you take every single superstition that there is known to humankind. That is uh, that is Auburn versus Alabama, and it's been that way for decades. I'm not sure anybody remembers the Cam Newton game against Alabama. That was pretty much the game that launched his career. So there we go. Okay, that is. Yeah, I need to do this stuff along the top edge there. So sorry about the little interlude here. I know this is again, this is about as interesting as me watching me mix the Prussian blue with the thinner. And I think we're all the way around now. Yep, I think we're good to go here. All right then. Okay, that's better. Oh, wait a minute. While I have this and while I have this brush going, I am going to try and get this little bit of the ground in here. Just yeah, there was the kick six. There was the immaculate deflection. I don't think it was the same game. I think that was actually a different game. And that kind of stuff has happened multiple times, and I actually saw all of those things happen live. And I remember thinking at the time, I said, boy, maybe they should just take this thing to overtime, because if this is short, if you're from Chicago, you know all about returning missed long field goals for touchdowns. Yeah, Horns fan. I mean, that can happen. All you have to be is a regional rival, right? Because Horns fan. Now, of course, it's maybe different today, but in that era, Texas versus Texas Tech. I mean, those kids probably played each other in high school. So it's not like again that really tight regional rivalry like Stanford versus Syracuse. Those kids must have again they must have played each other all their entire childhoods, or not. All right, there we go. So that helps settle some of that too. All right, now let's get back to this stuff out. Oh, you know what? No, we won't do these until we get this stuff resolved a little bit more. So what we're going to do is this darker blue stuff. I might just break out the indigo here, since we're just about out of the Payne's gray on the palette anyhows. Is that our indigo? There it is. Yeah, Horns fan, I just keep thinking that those kids probably played each other every Friday. They might have been playing each other since grammar school. All right, we do got to still get a little bit of the Prussian blue into this. Now, remember, there can't be as much of the thinner in this. Otherwise, what's going to happen? It's going to filter in all of the layer lines there. We don't want that. We don't want that happening, do we? And by the way, we're only an hour in. We're just an hour. Oh, if you haven't seen the roof yet, there's the roof. Come on. So there's the roof of our circus tent. Again, there would be no way to paint this. There would be no way to paint this up on stream if it weren't for these different rigs here. And again, this is another rig there. Not gotta still keep breaking this down, but again, it is not a pin line wash consistency. Oh yeah, Nurgle Matthew, that we're able to do some of those color chart things just to kind of get a handle for some of the colors and well how they handle. Now you can see that doesn't bleed into. See how we got a nice tight line there. Which way were we going with this? Okay, so there's just the diamonds in there. All right, that's what I thought. You know what? I think we should probably do this line first. Yep. Let's do that line first, and we'll build to that line. Like so. Again, caress the brush, do not crush the brush. And there we go. Now it's going to be raised up a little bit. That's why I'm doing this now. Because it's going to be way easier to make changes to that than the other way around. I think this all needed to be raised a smidge. Here. Same deal. So yeah, I think what I might do is really just mostly focus on the exterior here. Maybe not do too much on the interior. Much as I would like to be able to show the interiors in those photos inside, I think I just want to at least be able to see what this all looks like together. Thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for posting a link to the Patreon page. I'm just about to film the next video. Well, we won't be doing that tomorrow. Well, probably after. We'll be doing that late at night tomorrow, and into Sunday. So what would that's 28th. So on the 29th would be the next new Patreon video is going to go up, and of course that's going to get us to round about that 20 hours of videos for the month. Because there's been a couple of long videos this month. And again, with all the family stuff going on, well, it'll get us to 8 videos this month. It's also a shorter month. That doesn't help. Hey there, Michael. Nice to see ya. So, Michael, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that. So, great to see you there, Michael. Happy Friday. All right, now we're going to get down to the rest of this here stuff. I wonder, yeah, let me see if I can still keep using this brush here. Again, we still have to get our lightest light on here anyhow, so. Yes, now I actually have me a little something I can just pull this stuff right down here. Because something wicked has just entered the building. That would be Wicked Elf. Wicked Elf, how are you doing? It's great to see you again, as always. Everybody, please give Wicked Elf a follow if you could. So, Wicked Elf, I think you saw the original Khandish Yurts being painted. Look at this thing. It literally fits inside this one. That's how big these new ones are. These are from the Printing Goes that we're on, and they are for, again, you can kind of see just how big this thing is, right? Now we're matching all of our freehand designs like so, right? So that was 2 of the 3, and they matched these colors right here. And again, we have 3 different color schemes in our one Khandish army because there are no named characters. I'm glad that you're doing well there, Wicked Elf. And of course, well, we've been painting a lot of terrain. We painted 3 of these. That's a 28mm ship right there. I want to say it's about 13-14 inches long. That's for our Corsairs of Umbar. And of course, we've been painting lots and lots of our Easterling terrain. So we've been painting a lot of terrain here on the stream. So yeah, and there's another new one over here. This one. Right there. So that one's really fun. That's a little bit bigger than the ones you've seen me already paint. And of course, Wicked Elf, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that, of course. And again, everybody, please give Wicked Elf a follow. Let me keep going with some of our darker stuff here. Yeah, not too much, because I think we're going to get into the lighter way. I'm just doing this kind of stuff right here. And of course, Wicked Elf, if you want to show off some of your fabulous basing supplies there, again, the paper foliage. And this is not paper foliage like the stuff you usually end up with, which is very pricey, very brittle, hard to work with, not very strong, and not much variety. Not so with the Wicked Elf. Again, the vellum foliage, it's much stronger There is a ton of variety. Oh yeah, Wicked Elf. I think I saw one of your sample class pieces that you did for ReaperCon that had the vines on it. So yeah, if you're looking to do say something like vines, right? And of course, the channel favorite is always going to be the vellum butterflies. So yes, if you'd be surprised at how many really neat figures. Well, now not just with the Dark Sword miniatures, but so many 3D printed miniatures. I'm thinking some of the DM stash and other things, where something like the vellum butterflies would be really fantastic. The only place you're ever going to see those is from Wicked Elf. And if you use that Wicked Elf miniatures, that little coupon code there, you get yourself 15% off. And that stuff is really fantastic. So I highly recommend you check that out because wow, that is a really tremendous basing element there. And of course, you don't need a 3D printer to do that. So you don't. That's for folks that don't have 3D printers. That again, that's another thing to consider. That oh wow, I can have jungle plants, all that great stuff, and I don't need a printer to do it. Now some of these will have some dust on them here, but look, we got monstera plants, you got ferns. So yeah, all of these, those are all vellum plants, and these were put on here years ago. And as you can see, look, they're doing just fine. Dusty, like a lot of the things are around here, but they're doing just fine. So everybody check out that Instagram link that Wicked Elf just shared. And again, please, is that Etsy page? No, it's wickedelfminiatures.com. Okay. Yeah, Ryan, I still haven't had a chance to try and set up that website yet. I was very, very disappointed that Squarespace was not as anywhere near as intuitive. Well, it is if you're doing the same old that everybody else is. Then it is intuitive enough. But what we're doing is a little bit too specialized. So yeah, thus not terribly intuitive at all. Again, that can't do too much thinner in this, because otherwise it's going to be rolling all over the place. And in all the layer lines, because this is FDM style printing right here. This is not resin printed. Yeah, let me do this. So again, everybody please give Wicked Elf Minis a follow as well. We support all of our fellow streamers here. Yeah, you know, I'm glad I ended up just doing the darker stuff first here. Okay, we're gonna hit the lighter color around this, and then we'll go back to the dark. Well, we're gonna do the other. We'll start getting this after the lighter stuff. Then we're gonna get all the ropes. It was long enough since we last did those yurts that I'm just only just now kind of remembering what the process was for that. Again, gotta be careful to not have too much thinner on that brush, because again, it'll go right into those layer lines and just spread all over the place. Now, this was printed out on a Carbon X1 with the Elegoo black matte PLA. And this is printed from The Printing Goes Ever On, where some of our Corsairs are from. Actually, I think, oh yeah, Printing Goes Ever On just did Khandish stuff, didn't they? Or no, was it Kurzlook? Or was it Printing? It must have been Printing Goes Ever On, because yeah, it was them, because it was, well, they were bigger. Oh, and that's right. We gotta, because we don't have enough Khandish stuff. We only have, I think, 11 chariots. We need more than that. And I was thinking the printing goes ever on that's so different from everybody else's that I will use those as our kings. And that way, all the other ones that are much more similar, like the Medbury ones and such, even the Diwali ones, are pretty similar to everybody else's. And yes, we still have Diwali ones to paint. Yeah, here I'll get the rest of that. Those lines in here. Next one. Well, we have a little ways to go to work. I think we're about halfway around here now with the darker blue application. Well, this is our indigo right now. All right, well, Valfira, have yourself a good one. Hey, Valfira, let me see if I can. Where the heck are they? Oh, here they are. I don't think you got a chance to see last night because we didn't have much value on this one, right? Here, let me move you over a little bit more. So check these two out, and let's do our film noir here. look at that, Velfira. Look at the difference. This almost looks like it's being illuminated, right? Yeah, that almost looks like this has like all over object source lighting on it. But that's just the. And look at this. Look at the yellows and the blues and everything now. Boy, that's pretty wild, isn't it, Velfira? That is so wild to see that. And of course, here you can see the warmer stuff on this side, cooler on that side. And again, these are from Conquest. We painted these up last night on stream. That was super fun. Yeah, Valfira, I was glad you got a chance to see that because I think when you did the film noir last night, it was still more in the early stages. I don't think we even had anything at all on that second one. Well, maybe I was just starting to put some of the lighter mid-tones on there, perhaps, at most. So yeah, Valfira, I was hoping that could be entertaining for you to see that, because it sure as heck it's always interesting to me to see that difference. And of course, there were attempts to try and create that was that contrast is more than just light versus dark via the AI to make it just be a color blindness test thing. Yeah, it's so funny, right, Valkyrie? You think it's some kind of like it's a flame type of thing, and then you bring back the color, and it is ice cold. So you have yourself a good night there, Valfira. I'll try and send you some pictures. Also, I'm hoping to actually use those spices tomorrow. Because I was going to try and maybe barbecue some stuff up tomorrow. We'll see how everything goes. Tomorrow could be a little crazy. Yeah, we'll be coming back in to really finalize a lot of this stuff here. But I have to do the lighter white first before I can get to all of the ropes here. So see you later there, Valfira. And okay, some of that dark down in there. You can really see the difference here already. We haven't even gotten to the lighter, white yet. And we also that's the other thing, we gotta get some of our darker blues into. That's what I'll do next, actually, before I get to the white, so that the indigo as a chance to set. Yeah, we'll do that. We should do that next. Again, it's been a while since we did the original Khandish Yurts. Okay. Oh, and I did print out some more that Gullivar figure from Diwali. That should make a very nice Halloween-themed miniature. That'll be also part of our Angmar army. Okay, let's keep working this. Oh, we're getting closer and closer to coming all the way around to the door. We're getting there. Oh, there we are. That's going to go all the way down into that crevice there. So that would just go straight at Prussian blue. It's not going to be a pinline wash, though. It's literally going to have to be a dry brush into all of these recesses up here. But yeah, we're going to need to let this blue stuff set. Because you can see here how it's, even here, remember that was all shiny? That was all very, very, very shiny up in there. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get some more of my indigo. I'm trying to stretch out the last of that, and it's, oh yeah, see here, we're gonna really be able to clean this up. This is the approach to freehand, whether it's on a miniature or on the cloak, the banner, whatever, the tank. It's the same. We kind of sketch things out, right? And you can see how we're coming back to it here, and that looks much more organized, right, than it did just a second ago. Things must be messy before they can be neat. Doesn't just apply to the general part of the miniature. It also seriously applies to freehand, because you kind of sketch it out first. Now we also do recommend that you sketch it out not on the miniature first. Maybe even paint it, sketch it out, paint it, whatever, on just a piece of paper or board or something like that. Maybe just at comfortable size at first, and then eventually do it at the exact same size as the miniature, at least as close as possible. Because you might find that your freehand that looks so sensational at 4 inches tall may not work at half an inch tall. Because and also too, there's going to be undulations, right? It's not going to be totally flat. So it is another thing that you have to factor in with freehand. All right. Okay. Gonna get my darker stuff on the wood here. Gotta get our, actually no, let me get the lighter blue too before we go too far. It's the Prussian blue, some of the fast matte white. We're gonna have to get some more of our fast matte white out here too, I think. Where are we at here? Somehow those two lines didn't quite make it. All right. And now this. Okay, so now we got a nice little start on the door. All this, we're just going to let that set for a second while we work up in here. And I think I'm just going to maybe use, see if one of these might work for this. Our Prussian blue here. Well, it's not going to be a complete and total dry brush. It'll be somewhat of a dry brush. Alright, I think this will work. I don't think this is too dark. That is going to go into all of the crevices here. See, I'm just kind of stabbing that in there. There we go, and then that'll just be, we'll get another one of these to use as a blending brush here. There. You can see that, yeah, the difference, that makes a big difference there. Big old difference. When we do the green one, it'll mostly be phthalo green, perlene black, and that was radiant green. That's pretty much going to be most of the colors on the other one. Give me some of that darker blue down in there as well. So you can see we didn't, there's no, we not do a pin line wash here. We're just taking this, kind of shooting that down into the crevice there. We take a blending brush here, and away we go. More of that up here. Blending brush again. Good night there, Wicked Elf. Thanks so much for the raid. Have yourself a good one. And one more time, actually, Wicked Elf, if you want to share your link one more time before you head off there. Again, everybody please give Wicked Elf a follow. And of course, please check out Wicked Elf's site for all that incredible vellum, the vellum plants, vellum butterflies, vellum water lilies, vellum vines, all things vellum. Go check that out. You can see that really fills this area in here, which is just kind of, I mean, you can still see some of the, again, that we didn't have to prime these because they were printed out on the Elegoo black matte PLAs. So I just hit them with the Liquitex spray cans, which is foam safe. So it is not spray paint. It's spray acrylic. It's really more like, think of it more like primer in a can instead of primer through an airbrush or something. It's really more like that. We're getting there. We are getting there with our darker blue here. The other thing I might do is I might also, I'm going to get some stuff going up there. Yeah, we should do that again before I stick my finger on that. So we will have another one of these. Yeah, let's use this one. Let's use this one. Some of that Mars Yellow Deep. What can you see this? Yes, you can. And this is going to be a decent color for the roof. There. And if we need to darken it down, we can darken it down. And it's reasonably dark there already, because remember, that's the original black matte PLA. So why would I sit there and then spray it with a bunch of black primer? It makes no sense, except, well, for a lot of time and a lot of cost, or extra, that is. Whereas instead, I just say, you know what, how's about we just go directly to putting some acrylic paints on there with the spray cans to do a mass just application. And after that, the oils, and of course the oils soak into the PLA, which is why we don't need any. I haven't done any varnish on any of the terrain pieces, none whatsoever, and I don't intend to. I have no intention of doing that. Won't need to. Okay, so now we've done that. Now I think we can maybe get to some of that lighter white. Let me see it. This brush might work for that. Some thinner on there. Must be careful, right, not to get too much thinner in there. That's an awful lot of thinner in there right now. It doesn't matter because I got to get more fast matte white into this. That's probably as light as I would want it to be right there. Maybe a little later, but that's fine. Again, we're going to have some more of the fast matte white come out here. Yeah, that's from Gamlin right there. Fine, I'll just throw that up here. Might have to get me another one of these tubes. Yeah, there's a couple of things I need to snag, I think, from Dick Blick here. Alrighty. Come on, there we are. Maybe a little more of the fast matte white. Just breaking this down here. Now it's that I don't think it's quite as much with the thinner there. Let's just start this way. And now we're really going to start to finalize our design, because we also need to do this part here. Right, we didn't forget that. Up here. So you notice it's not kind of spidering out this way and this way. That's because we just struck a balance there. The proper balance of thinner to paint all the way down in there. And in there. So now we're going to again complete that pattern. Yeah, let's have that come down a little bit further here. You can see how much lighter that is than our original, basically just a sketch. That's really what that is. This little triangle piece that goes in here. Okay. So Hornspan, now I'm starting to visualize a scenario where Arch Manning is just doing so well that Ewers just, maybe he just transfers out for the rest of his last year there or something like that. I mean, now that would happen with the APCC. I'm not quite sure even in this current insane environment where he would be able to transfer out after this. Well, I guess he probably wants to just go to the NFL, I'm guessing. This is another one. As we move along, we won't have to do quite as much of this work here to thicken these white lines here. Because this was, remember, the early part of the pen. When we get over to here, I can already see that there's not going to be quite so much of that to do. So it should maybe speed up a little bit. But here we go. Again, want to make sure we. There we go. We just had to cover up some more of that darker blue there. More of our light all the way down there. Again, another one of our light triangles in here. Then down there. And it's starting to look a little bit more like what we did here. But again, not having that third rope cutting through all this, it does make this a whole bunch easier. It's still a bit of a challenge with these other ropes still kind of cutting into it, but less so without the vertical ones are a little bit easier to deal with than the horizontal ones. And then after we do all the weights up, then we're going to get to the ropes here. Got to get to our symbol over there. Again, yeah, I think we are not going to mess around with the interior. We'll just, I think with the other one, we might not, well, we'll just hit some of the green on there. But we will spend all the rest of our time, I think, on the exterior. Because the interior, it's kind of hard for me to work on it so that you can see it. That's the problem. I literally have to turn it this way. And you would have a really, really, really tough time seeing the rest in there. I just wanted to at least show you the setup in there. Okay. There was a part of me that thought, well, maybe I will just spray the blue onto the walls here. But I kind of prefer doing the almost like a pinline wash. Or almost like a pre-glaze, yeah. These are terrain pieces where we essentially do pre-glaze on them. I know that for a while there, I know a few folks were saying, well, what happened to the pre-glaze? You don't do that anymore. I said, well, no, I do it where it's advantageous, because we learned that the darker primer method, like what we were using on all the Conquest figures, well, that is advantageous. On the Corsairs of Umbar, the pre-glaze method is far more advantageous and how it makes it much less time to paint those. It actually takes less time to paint the Corsairs with the pre-glaze than it would with the darker primer. Again, it's a situational kind of thing, which means it depends on the situation. It might work, it might not, for certain things. Hey there, recoil. Nice to see a recoil. Yeah, let's see, I was hoping that all the crazy microphone stuff and everything else was just gonna finally be settled. Everybody please give Recoil13 a follow. And of course, Recoil, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. And of course, hello to Mom, hello to Squeak. Alright, so yeah, Recoil. These Khandish yurts from Printing Goes Around, these are so much bigger than the original ones we did. The original ones can fit inside this. That's how big these new ones are from the Printing Goes On. I'm glad, Recoil. So, well, Recoil, you're our on-field reporter, and this is your time. This is your time to shine here. So, Recoil is also our Aussie Rules football sideline reporter. So, Recoil is there at the G amongst 90 plus thousand, and Recoil is going to report on the Sydney Swans versus, I almost said Geelong Cats, versus Brisbane Lions. It's the grand final. It's the premiership of the Aussie Rules Football League. And Recoil is kind enough to give us mark by mark, kick by kick, hand pass by hand pass reports on the 2024 final. Everybody, please check out that Instagram link that Rico just posted, because when Rico is not a sideline reporter for the Aussie Rules Football League, he also streams miniature painting. So everybody, please go check that out, and please give Recoil13 a follow. Gonna have to give me a little bit of the light right up in there, okay? So I'm glad that you like those flowers. Recoil, that rose bush, it has survived more in spite of things, not because of things. Because that thing should have been long gone decades ago. Everything else has pretty much died in that garden except for that rose bush. I think you could safely say that rose bush has Sisu's spirit. Yeah. I think Sede nullis. That's it. Sede nullis. Which, which in Footscray parlance is surrender to no one. Which I think only one person listening to the chat even knows what Footscray is. Okay, yeah, let's get to the. Come on, a little bit further down this way. Yeah. So it's about 70-ish degrees there. Looks like 14.7. No, 14. Oh no, 14.12. So 14-12 Sydney. Lions Brisbane with the early lead. So needless to say, it looks like the Lions have been far more accurate from inside 50. Yeah, when you see 6 behinds there, you either think there's been a lot of midfielders trying to do those little soccer-style goals, or somebody is not kicking very accurately. Oh, sorry, Recoil. Yeah, I was reading the middle number is goals and the last number is behinds. Sorry about that. I guess the Swans are being more accurate because they got a 12-2 lead now. So thanks, Recoil. Appreciate that. Let's see. I think this is, let's see. I think it was the Swans. Yeah, Rico, I think it was the Swans that the Doggies played in 2016 with, I think Buddy was actually on that Swans team because he came over from Hawthorn that year, didn't he? Yeah. Where are we at here? Well, we have a ways to roll here. Yeah, because Buddy was at Hawthorne for a long time. At least I think he was. With was it Adam Cerulli? Cerulli, I think that was also part of that Hawthorne team. Or was it Riali? That's it. Maybe it was Riali. That's it. No, that's too much there. We have to. Well, we can always come back again with our darker blue. We'll be doing that after we hit the ropes here. So we're doing all our lighter stuff. You can see why, right? Because I'm hitting these ropes. Then we'll do the ropes. Then we'll do our darker blue there again. Hey there, Arta Michael. So great to see you there, Arta Michael. And, well, that's a happy Saturday for you, right? Yeah, it's a happy Saturday for you already. And of course, Arta Michael, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. Let me pull that over just a little bit. There. So yeah, it's really. I mean, I guess I should be happy at least that the doggies are making it into the finals. Actually, Recoil, there was some kind of noise about I forget which of the doggies was might end up in North Melbourne, might end up with the Roos. It was some kind of trade rumors or something there going on. Again, the Aussie Rules Football Report brought to you by the Wappleville Sports Network. Yeah, Recoil. So earlier today, the White Sox set the modern-day record for futility, failure, and disappointment as they established themselves as the worst team in the major leagues since the 1899 Cleveland Spiders. So history has been made. So everybody check out those clowns that Erda Michael just posted. Unless you are afraid of clowns, in which case maybe you don't want to check that out. I think you probably don't really want to do the whole clown thing in Chicago. Yeah, that's probably now maybe it's not as much as it was for maybe folks that were around at a certain time. But yeah, clowns in Chicago don't necessarily go together. So yeah, Recoil. It would be the equivalent of a footy team. Was they? It's 21 rounds, right? So they go 0-21, and they lose every game by 100 points. It would be that level. That's kind of how bad they were this year. So just to kind of put it in Aussie rules format there. So again, we're marching away. We're almost at the halfway point. I mean, this really is the bulk of the work here. Then we're going to get to the ropes here. We also have the roof. We want to raise the roof too. And I was hoping to maybe get to the green one, so that again I could try and do some photography type things with these, at least rudimentary. What's hilarious is that I don't, how can I say this? I don't actually need as much terrain for the army photos, because nearly everybody is either on horseback or on a chariot, and the chariots obviously are big. Horses aren't exactly small. Oh yeah, it was the new Khandish stuff was from Printing Goes Ever On, because he actually did basically those step style horses, whereas Medbury basically did the same horses for he would do for everybody else. We love our Medbury miniatures also, though. That's a fellow Aussie right there. Yes, Medbury miniatures. Right here. Where's our green? There we go. So those are all Khandish stuff from Medbury Miniatures. So he had all kinds of great back banners, different heads, and all different weapons, right? Because they can have the hand and a half axes, bows. They can have a lot of different stuff. So Medbury Miniatures Khandish stuff. I do recommend. Well, I recommend well, here's more. Those are all from Medbury. Where's our dwarves here? Where's our dwarves? Those also from Medbury, right? So Medbury does all kinds of fantastic stuff. Again, fantastic Aussie. Here we are, and a friend to the channel here that tried to give us some help when Kathy was sick as well, so we appreciate that. And obviously Recoil and Recoil's mom were super kind to us. Recoil's mom, of course, sent a Bulldogs themed scarf, a hand knit scarf this way, which I did get to use when they build the garage, and I will hopefully be using that because hopefully it'll be much colder this winter than it was last winter. There we are. Okay, we're just about at the halfway point here, I think, with our design. We also have to get the, oh, geez, we are further along because we have to spin really far to get to the door. We need to put our little symbol in there and a few other things. Oh, not too much thinner. Have to constantly come back, refresh that brush. And see, down here I don't mind that it's actually mixing with the blue because that literally does shade it for me. I better, here, let's do this. Get that portion of it here. We never did do that area. There. Now I gotta get caught up on these. And these little upper triangles here. All part of our pattern. Yeah. So I think we're a little bit over the halfway point now, at least for this, again, phase of the design. Let's see if we can get that little tip of that brush in there. Get that part. And the roof is going to be fairly simple. I will put there is one part of our blue, or this will make blue, which would be essentially the thing kind of covering, the sort of the fire pit opening right there. And here we go. Remember how messy and sketchy this all looked, and now it's all starting to look much, much sharper. So we're most of the way through the first quarter, and we have a slight edge to the Lions. They're basically two behinds. Yep, two behinds are the difference. But now the Lions just kicked the goal. So in Aussie rules football, you've got, well, the 4 goal posts. If you kick the ball through the 2 middle goal posts and don't hit the posts at all, that's going to get you 6 points. It can be rolling on the ground. It could, as long as it doesn't touch an opposing player first. So between you and the goal, it cannot even touch an opposing player. If it touches the player or the post, that is a behind. That's going to be 1 point. Or if it goes between the other two side posts, they're on the other side of the main set of goal posts, that's also a behind. The disadvantage to the team that just gave up that 1 point, okay, they don't give up 6, but now they have to kick it out of their own end, and they got to go roughly about 160 yards to get to the other goal. And they have to kick it literally out of their own goal square. So think hockey. And let's say instead of icing is a face-off inside your own end, imagine icing is you've got to basically try and take the puck out from your own goal crease into the other end. That's kind of what a behind is. So again, there is a penalty for doing that. You don't give up the 6 points, but you do make it a little bit difficult for the other team to get the heck out of their own territory. And there are no timeouts in Aussie rules football. There are brief stoppages when the ball goes out of bounds or something like that. But you can't just, there's none of this, oh, there's 2 minutes left in the game. We'll do 10 timeouts. We'll spike the football. We'll throw the ball out of bounds. Yeah, there's none of that stoppage. It just keeps on going. As the refs say, play on. Continuing to do our, so we just have to get to the other side of the door there, okay. I do think, I'm looking at my green pattern here. Yeah, that was, well, I don't know if that was necessarily easier. Well, we'll see. Because, again, with the ropes only being vertical in nature, I don't think that'll have as much of an impact on it. Our diagonal line here. Yeah, I'm just going to keep doing this. These are also, I think they're going a little bit faster because remember we sort of changed the angle of these from the first, say, 10% of the ones we did. So thanks, appreciate it, Recoil, again, for serving as on-field reporter. And it's a lovely day at the G. That would be the Melbourne Cricket Grounds. Same deal here. And then we'll fill in our upper triangles. A little more down there, and then just pull that this way. Ooh, let's get a little more clarification right here. Yeah, we can come back with our blue once again. If there's anything that's a little bit too amiss there, we can go ahead and revise that very easily. And all of this is wet oils, by the way. Yes, this is all wet paint. No, I'm going to keep doing these bottom ones here. Because again, with the white mixing with the indigo a little bit, that effectively shades it for us. Another round here. Like so. And up there. Let's do this. Like this. A little more here. It is kind of funny that almost every single one of these trenches here with the rope ended in the middle. It never ended up at the top. It always seemed to end up in the middle. There was always a difficult area to span. Back to our angles here. Oh, and by the way, light as this might seem, this is not actually pure white. There is still blue in this. And of course, as I do each of these cross lines here, it picks up some of the indigo too. So there is still, if we need to go even lighter than this, we still could do that. And you see how this covers, right? This is the opaque. So this is the thing about oils, is that the opaque colors are the lighter ones, and those are going to cover even when they are thinned down. Remember, because you can thin the oils, but you cannot dilute them. If it's an opaque color, it's opaque. Even a darker one, it'll be more translucent, but it's still, you can't just do a glaze in the way you could do an acrylic style glaze. Remember, that is why up here we didn't really try to do a glaze or anything like that. I actually basically did effectively a dry brush in there. More of our lines right there. Yep, Elite, we actually, well, I guess I think we're gonna run into some cuisine photos here first. Yeah, so again, this is, that's the new, I think I sent you this picture, right? Recoil with the hickory smoked flake salt, again, which smells like a campfire. But yes, I think that is here. No, that's not it. It's in our, well, I think it'll be here maybe. 1 second. No, wrong one. Ah, here we are. Yes, indeed. There you go. There it is. And also, there you go. That's the ultimate in futility right there. So Elite, I think it's actually very hilarious that Fields in, I think Pittsburgh is 3-0, right, Elite? I think Fields is not, he is not terribly upset where he is right now. Because I'm projecting the Bears, if they're not going to be 1-16, they'll be maybe a 6-11 or something like that, 5-12, somewhere in there. And I have a feeling that Fields, especially with how bad Cincinnati is, Cleveland is no good. Actually, what's the other team in that division? What the heck is the other team in the AFC Central? Cleveland, Pittsburgh, Cincinnati. What is the other team? I can't even remember. Oh, Baltimore. And Baltimore is still only 1-2. And Baltimore is not really very good either. Well, actually, there are no good NFL teams, that's for sure. There's just less mediocre. So you have bad, mostly mediocre, some really bad, and then you have some that are less mediocre. So yeah, Elite, I have to say, I mean, as much as I really do like Burrows, I think we'll have to go with the black and yellow there. I think that's what we're gonna have to do. We're also gonna welcome Otto 40K. Otto, how you doing? Happy Saturday. Oh, it just turned Saturday here. So Otto, I don't know if you remember those Khandish yurts that we were painting a few months ago. Here's one of them. A little bit smaller than this one though. Look at it. It could literally fit inside here. That's how big this one is. This is from the Printing Goes Ever On. Hey Snails, nice to see you back. How you doing? Here we go. This one of our Khandish. We actually did 3 different ones because we have 3 different color schemes. Yes, indeed, 3 different color schemes. There's another one again. That's the fabulous stuff. We've been painting lots of terrain, right? Our Corsair ship for our Corsairs. We've been painting the Easterling buildings too. Right, so we've been having a blast painting all this stuff. So glad you're doing good there, Stampeding Snails. And of course, Otto40K. Everybody please give Otto a follow. And also, too, Otto, you want to share anything in the chat? Like usual, right? If you want to share something in the chat, please go ahead. And thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate that. And let me, oh, here's another one of those yurts. Right, that's the green ones there. And oh, here's the roof. We'll be raising the roof to this circus tent right here. And then here's, well, let me see, 2 hours ago, that's what it looked like. Yeah, we didn't have that 2 hours ago. We had this. Looks slightly different. Oh, and of course, last night we were painting some Conquest miniatures. That was really fun. And here's the other one that we painted. So, well, at least all of the Valkyries that we had prepped, those have now been painted. Because yes, we do paint actual miniatures. We do paint miniatures in addition to terrain. But without terrain, you don't have much of a miniatures game now, do you? And Rico, I hope that you're able to find those files, and of course that orc buggy is going to be really fantastic. Rico, I still have to make that new batch of grass tufts, because I swear once I do these, oh gosh, the whatchamacallits, well, let's see, I think I'll still have some more to be able to do a couple more Bretonians, some more of the Arnor stuff, but I'm going to be out of those, and we've got our Hobbit terrain to do yet, so yeah. Oh, this is good news. If this can fit on screen, I might actually be able to get those Hobbit holes on there, and of course having these fabulous holders. So yeah, we might, don't be surprised if you start seeing some Hobbit holes being painted on stream here. Again, our streams in October, we're going to focus on spooky stuff like our Angmar army, Nazgul, so basically your fell beasts. I literally have 9 of those, all the specialty ones that we can do. And Gullivar, and a whole bunch of other spooks and stuff from Angmar. Well, Ghost Talks, well, we do, we paint entire planets here. Yes, we do. Including the best one. Yes, that's the best planet of all. Sometimes we go to the moon. This is always our New Year's Eve stream. So on every New Year's Eve, we paint the planet, and yeah, we've had a blast painting those on our holiday streams. Yeah, Rico, I think it's just going to be super fun for you, and it should be really, hopefully, fun to paint on stream. And again, everybody, please give Rico 13 a follow in addition to Anto 40K. No, we don't want that there. Lighten that up just a little bit. Make sure that we get rid of the little raggedy edge off of here. Also down there. And as light as this is not straight up white. It's, I don't know, about 93% of the way to white. It still has some blue in it. And of course, it gets a little bit more blue as it picks up some of the indigo, especially on those lower ones. Next thing we're going to be doing is all the ropes. And those will pretty much be the same as what we did on the smaller yurt. So yeah, I know you've been working really hard on those rangers. And you got yourself quite a few of them finished off. Yeah, let's hit it. This one too, since we got some of the fresh white on there. All this being done with oil paints, by the way. All wet into wet. All of this, I could literally, well, it would be hard to wipe this off because the FDM style terrain here is very absorbent. We use the black matte PLA as always, and that stuff is very absorbent. It's really fantastic. There's actually no primer on this. I just take the Liquitex acrylic spray cans, and they're not, they're foam safe, so it's not like your regular spray paint. Because we've sprayed all of our Rohan terrain that we made with it. Hey there, Plankwalker, how you doing? Happy Saturday. So Elite, unfortunately, I've kind of forgotten, well, I've pretty much forgotten what the schedule is for this Sunday's games. I mean, the interest in the NFL, well, it was obviously college football reigns supreme. And tomorrow we've got ourselves some matchups for the ages. So the NFL is usually kind of, and of course tonight is a grand finals night at the Melbourne Cricket Grounds. We have our on-field reporter who's right there on the sideline at the Melbourne Cricket Grounds watching Sydney and Brisbane hammer it out for the 2024 Premiership. Well, no, these are the guys that have the above-ground swimming pool. Yes, that's the Corsairs, and they have mobile swimming pools right there. Yes, indeed. So how you doing there, Plankwalker? Because theirs are indoor swimming pools. Actually, they're circus tents right there. And yeah, we'll be doing the roof later on here in the stream. Now again, 2 hours ago, this had absolutely no paint on it whatsoever. This was a paint-free object. And again, we are matching all of our different horses here on the door. We're going to be doing that symbol right there. And this piece of terrain is, oh, look at this. We're almost all the way around. This piece of terrain is from the Printing Goes Ever On. One of our favorite Lord of the Rings themed sculptors. Next little cross hatch here. There. So, yep, that speaks to the mediocrity right there, for sure. Now, yeah, let me get the, yeah, here we are. Actually, Elite, how many field goals were kicked in the Thursday night game, Elite? Because there was 4. No, the Giants kicked 5, and well, I think it was, you could really call it Aubrey versus, let's see, who was the Giants' kicker, Elite? I think Elite, they could have just, like, forgotten the whole game because there were so many injuries. Actually, Elite, I wouldn't be, oh, and that's on the road. Yeah, Elite, I wouldn't, I wouldn't say that. That could be a bit of a jinx there. Because divisional opponents, believe me, so Elite, back when the Bears actually weren't a lousy, just, almost White Sox-ish type futility level, the only teams that they struggled against were the worst teams in their division. So the two teams that gave, at the time, back in the 80s and 90s, it was the Lions and the Packers that gave the Bears the most problems. The Bears would play like the Dallas Cowboys and wipe them out 44-0, and then they would play Detroit and they would barely beat them, especially on the road. So from the boundary at the Melbourne Cricket Grounds, second quarter underway. Lions do have a 7-point lead, 33-26 over the Swans. And of course, Sydney basically, they led the entire way. They were in first place the whole season. I still think that game, like we were talking about, right? Recoil, that game against the Bulldogs, changed the trajectory of their season. Because ever since that game, they have been quite a different team. Elite, that's, that is when they're most dangerous. Elite, that's the last thing you want to do is play a team that just got hammered. Actually, it was just like we were talking about, right? The Bulldogs basically took Sydney to lunch, ate the lunch, and made Sydney pay for it. And Sydney, after that, was an entirely different team. Because Sydney had also had 2 bad losses before that. So, yeah, Elite, again, just in American sports here, divisional opponents that also are supposed to lose. And I guess the Elite, the other thing too is that those of us that watch college football, we are constantly seeing 30-point favorites that, either lose or barely survive by 1 point. Hence the Bulldogs, the Georgia Bulldogs, against the Kentucky Wildcats, where the Georgia was 30-point favorites and they won 13-12. And they shouldn't have won 13. They should have lost the game. That was a team that had won, I believe, 40 straight games. Almost lost to a team that they should have beaten by 30 or 40 points. So yeah, those are the teams you really have to worry about the most. Are the ones that are really banged up and they got nothing to lose. It's the Chargers that got something to, or it's the Chiefs or the Chefs. What am I saying Chiefs for? It's the Chefs that got something to lose. And of course, for those that like disco music, all you have to do is Google the San Diego Chargers fight song. Of course, you have to have a disco ball going in your house while you're singing that song. We're just going to do our simple little symbol right here, nothing complicated. And here we are. So Elite, those games tend to go one of two ways. It's either going to be a game where the Chefs just wipe them out and get on them early. If they don't get on them early, it's going to be it could be a long, long afternoon for them. All right. A little bit of our lighter blue in here now. Yeah, Elite. That's the big surprise, right? That Fields at 3-0, and I think Cleveland is only 1-2, right, Elite? And Baltimore is only 1-2. So that's an interesting division right there. Actually, I think you could say, Elite, that if Pittsburgh wins this week, and the Bengals and Baltimore lose, that division is Pittsburgh's for the taking. That's for sure. No, I think I still. Yeah, let me get my darker. No, wait. We do have to get. I almost forgot about this. So again, all of these, the Aussie Rules Football Report, covering the APCC, the Atlantic Pacific Central Conference, and Aussie Rules Football, all of that on the Wappleville Sports Network. We cover the news before it is the news. You won't get any sports coverage like this anywhere else on the planet. Quite literally. Thanks, Armored Wolf, for doing that. Appreciate that. More of our. Right, there we go. A little bit more of the indigo into this. Here we are. Boy, oh boy, I've painted this symbol a whole bunch of times, that's for sure. Yeah, we'll come back in with the white there, because I need to make this wider here. So again, that's the nice thing about the oils is we can constantly make adjustments here. Yeah, what was it? Who was it just had like 4 bots in their stream? They were just saying. I think it was a Blades. Might have been Blades. Had tons of bots in their stream. Elite, that was my next question. Believe it or not, is I forgot to even ask who was on Sunday night there. That's gonna be a rough game for Baltimore there. Yeah, they lose that one. That is gonna make the rest of the season very dicey. Not a whole lot of 1-3 teams get to the playoffs, especially when you already have a 3, possibly 4-0 team already sitting on top of you. Inaccuracy. Oh, wow. Yeah, inaccuracy is definitely plaguing the Lions there with 7 behinds. That could have been a much larger lead for sure. Alrighty, now we've got. Let's just step away from all the weight. Let's do these ropes. Let's put them on. Well, I think Baltimore's season is on the ropes. See what I did there? Alright, that means we're going to go back to this combo right here, I think. We can't go bonkers with the thinner, though. We can thin it down a little bit, but we can't go bonkers with the thinner. Where's that asphaltum? Yeah, what was it though? Yeah, the best 0-3 team or something. That you don't hear that phrase too often. I do remember times where I would hear that, and I'd say, "Yeah, that's the best 0-3 team in the league." So we'll see how that plays out for the Buffs. Ooh, this already, looking at what this is going to do right here when we get down to. Well, that's going to separate that nicely. Hey there, Greenleaf. How you doing? Nice to see you again. Happy Saturday. Well, let's see. Given what this is printed with and that it's, well, I mean, if it was painted with acrylics. Actually, I like the idea of some chips right now, Greenleaf. I would not mind me some of those right at this point. Yeah, that's making me hungry right there. Yeah, those sound really good. With a little bit of salsa or guacamole. I like that combination. How you doing there, Greenleaf? Great to see you. Well, the chips go in here, and the guacamole goes in the small one over here. So yeah, guacamole is expensive there. See, Greenleaf, great minds think alike. Look at that. I swear I said that before I saw you write that in the chat. Yep, that is definitely some Arizona oceanfront property right there, Recoil. Yes, indeed. Actually, yeah, Recoil, that's a Hobart tanning salon right there. Yes, indeed. And not the east side of Tasmania. That's a tanning salon on the west side. Which essentially, I don't know, I always think Recoil as the climate, especially on the west side of Tasmania, is basically being like Wales. I think that they misnamed New South Wales. I think actually that should apply to the western side of Tasmania. That's how I see it. I mean, when you look at they're very, very, very similar geographically. There's nothing stopping all the, nasty stuff from hitting that very rocky coast on the west side. Yeah, that's really, that little bit of a reddish tint to it really helps that to stand out there. Let me work this in here. And thank goodness this rope is down here instead of all the way like up here, something like that, like the other yurts where that was just very much in the way. Let's get the other side of this. You know, I need to maybe make a little bit more. So let's get some of that Van Dyke brown and some of the Mars red here. You know, I'm just gonna go apply it directly like that. Again, there can't be too much thinner. If there is, it's gonna just go. It's literally gonna spider out into all of this stuff that we've been working on for the last hour. Well, hour and a half, I guess, on the freehand stuff. So Greenleaf, I don't know if you did see any of the Corsair ships. We actually painted 3 of these things. And those again are about 13-ish, maybe 14 inches long or so. Hey, there's surface tension. Nice to see there's surface tension. Only if the bow rug is in here surface tension, then it is definitely a hot tub. So surface tension, you want to shear your... oh, surface tension. Gee whiz, I must have summoned you. Because guess what we've been talking about just a few minutes ago? We were comparing the west side of Tasmania to Wales. And I was saying that New South Wales in Australia has been completely misnamed. It should be the western side of Tasmania. Should have been named New South Wales because the weather and stuff is pretty much, and the geography is almost the same. So yeah, I think we summon you, surface tension. Now, of course, surface tension, you want to share your link in the chat, please go ahead. Oh, that's working out very nice. Again, these are 3D printed from the Printing Goes Ever On. And thank goodness for these holders from Battlecraft Supplies. Because you pretty much never would have seen terrain very much at all here on the channel anymore. Wouldn't have seen the boats. You wouldn't see the the new Easterling stuff. Holy smokes, there is some epic Easterling terrain that's been printed out. So surface tension says no, it's nothing at all like that because everything that crawls, flies, and slithers is not trying to eat all the Welshmen. Everybody please check out that Mastodon link that surface tension shared. Thank you so much, surface tension, because we could use a little bit of this. Now the coloration on that looks different. So it's the same cranberry ginger ale, however, wow, that's a very different taste. Now, okay, that explains it. So Kathy's sister sent me this. It's peanut butter whiskey. And I just drank that. I'm thinking, why in the world does that... I was like, that almost tastes like peanut butter. And then I looked at that, I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. They are not kidding. That definitely tastes like peanut butter. I gotta find me... Actually, I think Megan had a big bottle of this stuff. So I gotta find me some of this here. Uh-oh. Oh man, that second quarter. The team from Brisbane. The team from Brisbane pulling away 67-26. Wow. You never want to say it's over. Wow, it would be really interesting if the Swans were to go from, day one to the finals in first place, and then we have ourselves a St. Kilda versus Collingwood drawn final rematch, 100-point finals loss. So yeah, Kathy's sister, she sent me, I think it was three of those tiny little, basically sample bottles. Actually, it goes really well with the cranberry ginger ale because it's like peanut butter and jelly. Holy smokes, that's what this tastes like. It tastes like a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Wow, that is fantastic. I gotta get me a bottle of that. That's for sure. So I guess somebody with a peanut allergy doesn't want to be drinking that stuff. I can't believe how strong I mean, I can smell it. When I open up that tiny little bottle just to put a little bit in there, I'm like, what is that smell? It smells familiar, but now I know I didn't recognize it because I was not expecting a peanut butter smell. So Elite, there's actually Elite. All of the games are big because of the college playoff. But the biggest one, kind of the granddaddy, is Alabama Georgia because you have basically the if you were to take the last, I don't know, 20 national championships, Alabama and Georgia have probably won over half of them. Just those two schools. So yeah, that's what I'm thinking there, surface tension. So yeah, I swear Megan sent me a picture of that, a larger bottle of that. I'm not too sure that the medicine shop that's by me is going to have that. I shall look. Okay, now we've got. Wow, look at how different that is already with the ropes. So Elite, they changed the college format. So it used to be a four-team playoff, and essentially you had to be a conference champion from one of the Power Five conferences. But one of the reasons why we have realignment is because, well, the quintessential thing is Florida State, who goes undefeated, wins their conference championship game, does not go to the playoffs because, well, they were definitely an inferior team, but they won a Power 5 conference. They were undefeated, but there were a pair of one-loss teams from the SEC that went to the playoffs instead of them because, well, they were better teams. So Elite, imagine that, let's say Buffalo goes 16-1, but they lose to, say, the Bears or some garbage team, and they end up not going to the playoffs at all because of that one loss. And that's why college football is so great, because all it takes is one loss and your season is over. And the worst team is that you lose to, well, the more dire your circumstance is. So think of it sudden death every week. There is no next week. Sometimes if you fail, and again, you can't that game that Georgia versus Kentucky. If Georgia loses that game, they may not even go to the playoffs. Surface tension, wait till you see, because of this rig right here and all of the hobbit holes, they're a little bit bigger than this. but they're not that much bigger than this. So I think we'll be able to paint the Hobbit holes here on stream. I was hoping we could. I think we will be able to. I think that might just be it. I think that might just be it. I think our sideline reporter might just step away from the Melbourne cricket grounds there and just start streaming some miniature paintings. So everybody please give Recoil13 a follow if you could. Yeah, Recoil, I think I sent you pictures of them. I sent you pictures a while ago, but I'll send you another set of pictures of them. They already have the spray paint stuff on them, but each one is a little bit different. And and of course, there's the gigantic 2-story Hobbit Tavern. You could literally play an entire game just in that tavern. So see, Recoil's, he's not even going to conduct locker room interviews after the game. He's not going to be there for the trophy presentation. He's just going direct to streaming. So everybody please give Recoil13 a follow, and everybody please check out the link that, again, Surface Tension shared, because Surface Tension has some really fantastic oil-painted miniatures there for you to see. The power of the Linseed Fellowship on full display. Oh, that's what I need to put in. Well, I was supposed to be putting a Western Bulldogs logo in there, but well, Hawthorne made sure that wasn't necessary a few weeks ago. Yeah, Recoil, those were fantabulous. I mean, that's especially the Gollum one, right? So again, we're going to work in some of our lightest light colors, much like what we have right here. We're still only basically at light middle tones, I think, at this stage right here. Yeah, it's about light middle tones. I'm telling you, Surface Tension, if I was to try and do this in acrylics, I wouldn't even be a part of the way through the, oh, gee whiz, I wouldn't even be part of the way through the freehand at this stage. I mean, it would be shocking, as they would say. I think we had ourselves a little bit of a raid right here, so we're gonna finish that little bit off right there. We go. It's like, wait a minute, I sense a disturbance in that area. What do we have here? We got some more of our, again, kind of mid-range light there. Let's do this. I mean, Elite, what I do kind of like is taking the primers, the Steinerres primer, and mixing it with the things like the inks here, because we can make all kinds of fabulous primer colors out of that. But beyond that, yeah, not so much. It's just I try, right? And the inefficiency of it is, and then you get to something like this, where the oils are quite literally made for the FDM style printing. It's almost impossible for me to. I've tried painting some of the terrain pieces with the acrylics, and it just is a miserable thing. Let's see. Rico, I'm trying to, you know how they'll take an abbreviation, or was it an acronym, and they try to make it just a word? And I'm thinking, let's see, MDOA. It's Umda, Umdoa. That's a really weird sounding name. Unless you say MOTD, that would be Memto. That sounds like a mint or a like a Mento. That's what it sounds like. Yes, you're a member of Mento. Yes, we weep for your brushes. That's surface tension is right. We weep for. I mean, all kidding aside, like see here, right? The ferrule, the acrylic paint, because it dries the instant you put it on there, or at least the drying process instantly begins. See here, all that stuff not in the ferrule, and that ends up being a big deal. It, all kidding aside, that can have some injurious effects on your brushes there, be they synthetic or even the dreaded sable brushes. Time for some of the lighter stuff here on our ropes. We gotta get to that roof. We haven't forgotten about the roof, don't worry. Hey there, Doji, how you doing? Doji, speaking of oil painted miniatures and the Linseed Brotherhood, if you want to share your oil painted stuff there, Doji, in the chat, please go ahead and do that. So Doji, happy Saturday. I'm sure the bakery run was achieved and delicious. Yeah, oh, that is. Remember when that was all just covered up by all the blue and the white and everything? So yeah, it's fabulous seeing that. Roll this way, and now let's get our ropes down here. There. Sorry, sorry. I'm just gonna go through everybody's name in the chat. So Doji, it's the Saturday stream, so it would be your Sunday. So yeah, it's the Saturday stream that we won't be able to do. So this is our Friday stream. Because well, hopefully we have the block party thing going on tomorrow. And of course, a new medicine has been discovered, Doji. Blackberry ginger ale and this peanut whiskey that Kathy's sister sent me, which the two of those in combination basically taste like a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, which is pretty hilarious. And I won't be able to do the substitute Saturday on Sunday, my Sunday, because we're supposed to do the Council of Miniature Painters on Sunday. So it's going to be a very busy weekend. Oh yeah, let's get this going here. Now I have to. Ooh, now I've got to get. Well, my sister found the blackberry ginger ale, so now we have to try that combination. Now, of course, I do for tomorrow. We have some of my favorite Guinness Extra Stout. That is on ice in the fridge there. Let's throw a little bit more of this out here. Yeah, that lighter, warmer color, a nice little contrast to all of the blue there. Well, the reason I had to try it is because the rum supply was exhausted and there was no time to get any more. So I'm like, well, whatever's in this bottle, we're going to try it. Did not work out too bad, I have to say. Hitting the, yeah, let's get the, oh geez, we haven't really done the lower rope there yet. This is definitely a part where we cannot get a whole bunch of thinner because the layer lines really are running through this big time. These a little bit easier, but here, because they're a little more shallow, they're not quite so oblique. But I tell you, surface tension, that was holy smokes. Those were like 300 proof pancakes right there. Thank you so much. Appreciate that, surface tension. Yeah, those pancakes, holy, but the and it soaked like the first 3 layers. The first one was literally just pure grain alcohol, pretty much. Because if you recall, right, I was about to stream and I needed to eat something, so I just toasted up a couple of waffles. No, I think it was like 4 or 5 waffles or something like that, and I just go to grab what I think is the maple syrup. I pour it on there, and I'm thinking that is the runniest maple syrup I've ever seen. And then I smelled it, and I went, that ain't maple syrup. Let's see. You know, actually, hey, I seem to remember us talking about the dark and stormy. Maybe might have been somebody else. But there was this is a cuisine channel after all, and I remember there was a couple of different recipes being discussed for a dark and stormy. Now, actually, Doji, what would work well would be maple syrup with rum included in it, not half a glass of rum, because again, I thought I was pouring maple syrup, which shall we say is a little bit thicker. So a wee bit more rum came out of the bottle than when I would normally pour it. Let's put it that way. And actually, yeah, that's why we called them the rum pancakes from that time forward. So Armored Wolf is in favor of the dark and stormy, approved by Armored Wolf. Let's see. Actually, surface tension, that is something I used to do. Also, hot chocolate. Yes, every glass of hot chocolate always had some rum in it. Let me. Oh, okay. All right. I'm looking up here. It's like, whoops. Okay, we got all the lower rope. We need these upper ropes here. Finally got that just about the right level of lightness. And see, the paint is so thick, it covers those layer lines. So recoil, if you don't mind shooting me a reminder message there, because I will forget. I got Rico, as I see that, well, needless to say, I have a little bit of a fixation on MESBG right now with the new, the new version coming out. So I keep reading that as Gundabad. I'm like, Gundabad rum? I'm not so sure I want orcish rum. So yeah, I'm reading that thinking it says Gundabad instead of Bundaberg. And I wonder actually, I wonder if Conquest Creations is actually doing some Hobbit terrain. I wonder if he's also doing Ammon Hen. Now I already have one of those printed out, but his version would probably be more playable. Yes, now we're starting to get to almost the lightest light on the ropes here. We're getting there. Wow, okay, these go in the opposite direct. No, they don't. They go in the same direction here. So the next thing we got to do is get the lightest blue on the walls. Kind of like, see what we did here? Got to do the same thing on this one. Well, that also sounds very delectable right there, Doji. Again, this is a culinary channel, so you are going to hear recipes for sure. It's not just an object source lighting channel, a cavalry channel, a Lord of the Rings channel, a Song of Ice and Fire channel. Heck, I guess we could call it a Shatterpoint channel. It is rapidly becoming a Conquest channel. I mean, we only painted, I think, 7. See, there was. So yeah, I think we painted 7 of the Conquest Valkyries on stream, and we painted 2 of the Werwargs. Well, needless to well, we have also painted a bunch of other Conquest stuff, so I think it's safe to say this is also a Conquest channel. And we've painted a whole bunch of Shatterpoint stuff, so I think we can also say it's a Shatterpoint channel. It's also a freehand channel. And of course, it is a life coach. It's also an exercise channel. Yes, it is. And it's a home repair channel. See there's surface tension. Reminds everyone that it's a home repair channel. Highly recommend hydraulic cement for fixing leaks in your basement walls. Because I think now we have pretty much confirmation that the hydraulic cement experiment was successful. The Silly Marillion definitely is 100% lore accurate. It definitely is. It's the Omni channel for sure. It's what we basically cover absolutely everything. And again, the Wampleville Sports Network covers the news before it is news. So see, if you listen to this channel, you would have known not to get tickets to the grand final if you were a fan of the red and white. We could have told you already that if you were a fan of the red, yellow, and blue, well, then you're going to be a happy camper. Yep, surface tension. That was. Those are the dead marshes. Yep. Those are. You didn't realize those were hot tubs. I mean, now we do have legitimately, I think about 13 or 14 terrain pieces that would be pretty darn good as dead marshes. Now I just have to make the water parts of that. Have I gotten the latest lights down here? I don't think so. We are going to put those down here. Also, on this side of our entrance here. Oh, yeah, we got some more verticals that could use some light here. Uh, surface tension. What was the thing that we created? Oh, the sigma real. No, it was 1,000 young. Yes. If the rules for MESBG to become too much like AOS, it's gonna be the Sigmarillion. Surface tension. I mean, didn't they have? I mean, they kind of there's things bubbling up out of them. Now, decaying organic matter is not exactly warm, but it does create bubbles. Nope, we gotta make these a little lighter too. Come on, there we go. Couple more of those over here. This door, I'm either have to do the light, or we might have to come back with our Van Dyke Brown on a few of those. Now let me do something with their with their indigo. Boy, I tell you that blue. Well, sorry, the Payne's gray is really darn close to the Winsor Newton indigo. Man, it's closer than I thought. Much closer than I thought. Yeah, I need to get a little bit more of the white in there, I think. All right, let's bingo. There we go. Just needed a little bit more. Here. Some of that over here. All the way over to the side. Now we gotta get to our... Let's do the lighter blue here first, and then we have to try and get to some of the lightest of our freehand as well. Yeah. Alright, there's a cord that keeps getting stuck on my foot. There we go. Let me see. Nah, we won't use that one. I'm just looking for one of my craft brushes here that might work well for this. Let's try this one. Also, I think we need to get ourselves more of a fast matte white out here. All right. Some of that. Now I think we can actually get a little bit more of the thinner into this. Let's roll with what we got here. We also have a blending brush, so that's gonna... And that brush is just separating a little bit too much. So what we're going to do is use our precision brush strokes like we usually do. And then we'll take that blending brush, and we're just going to start pushing some of that into our darks here. All the way around here. Up there. All right. Blending brush, which seems to have some other stuff on. Oh, that's what it is. Oh, okay. Looking at that, we used it as a Oh, that's right. We were using it on the browns there. So we'll clean that thing out and not use that one. We'll try this one. Boy, that's really getting absorbed in there mighty fast. So we're going to roll with this then. I tell you, this black matte PLA really absorbs the paint. See you later there, Doji. Have yourself a fantastic Saturday and Sunday too. So sorry I won't be able to do our usual thing. But have yourself a good one, of course. That's more like it. Okay, a little bit more of the Prussian blue again. So salmon was usually it's picking up the darker color, but here it was actually picking up more and more of the lighter color as I went over each of these folds here. All right, let's hit this. There we are. Swing all the way back around to here. And now we can start to use our darker blue to mix with. Get a little bit more of that Prussian blue on that brush. And same over here. Now, unlike the Sevres blue, this is not going to have the shinies. Right now, it's got a little bit of the shiny, but won't have the shinies. Sevres blue is, well, once those Conquest miniatures dried, and I saw all kinds of shininess on there, I'm like, yep, Sevres blue. It basically confirmed what the color chart shows, that it is very much a shiny color. Is that getting too light? Might be getting a little too light there. Or they're too dark. So these folds down here are going to get some of the lighter blue, and by lighter blue I mean it's more of a mid-tone. This is not by any stretch of the imagination a highlight type color or anything like that. And again, this is 3D printed from the Printing Goes Ever On. Around the side of it here. Don't have too many folds as we get around by the door. More of those here. Ah. Well, we're almost all the way around. Almost all the way around. Here we go. Yeah, now we're all the way around, and we can start to just feather out some of the edges of these later brush strokes now. We'll just same thing, just rotate this thing around here. So 3 hours ago, this had no paint on it whatsoever. It looked just like that. Looked exactly like that. Hey there, Cold Hands. Nice to see you again. I hope that you're doing well. Happy Saturday. So Cold Hands, we have been painting a whole lot of terrain on stream. I don't know if you saw any of our Khandish yurts that we painted. Well, you can see just how big this new one is. And I don't know if you had a chance to see, well, the 1/1800 scale ship, or we painted 3 of these 28mm Corsair ships for our Corsairs. We've also been painting these Easterling buildings. Whoops, there we go. There it is. Let me see. So they had a 50. So was it one of those frustration fouls there, Recoil, where Sydney player just being undisciplined and gives a 50-meter penalty? Well, and that's even worse than a 50-millimeter penalty there. That's right. Thanks, Cold Hands. Appreciate that. So yeah, Recoil, I think that's a goner right there. Because I'm pretty sure it's very rare for a 40. Well, I'm sure he kicked that goal. So if it's let's see, 47. If it's a 53-point deficit now in the third quarter, I do think it's sayonara for the Swans. So that's going to be the first time, well, since the Doggies, that a team from outside the top 4 is going to win a premiership. Actually, that's becoming more and more frequent. What am I saying? Yeah, that's becoming more and more common now. Trying to tighten up again some of that. That's a little too much there. Here we go. Here's our blending brush for that. So now we can actually, the other thing we could do is tighten up that top blue line. We are going to be doing some of our dark blue again because there's some of these edges we need to finalize. So we'll be going back to the indigo here pretty soon. Cold Hands, that's fantastic. And well, Cold Hands, I don't know if you have a Discord or Insta or something like that. If you wanted to share that in the chat. Now, Cold Hands, were you able to do some of the color charts too to kind of get an idea of just how the individual paints really handle? Because those really can be extremely helpful for when you're, well, even not just when you're first starting out with the oils, but they can be handy all the time. So I'm really glad that you were able to, of course, as always, we welcome everybody to the Linseed Fellowship. Oh, wow, that really did need to be lighter, didn't it? Yes, indeed. So that's fantastic, Cold Hands. Really, really, really glad to hear that. And of course, there's lots of different things to experience and encounter, and we're still learning new things here with the oils every day. Always something new. Definitely something new all the time. No point in doing the same thing over and over and over again. Well, I mean, that's pretty much what you would do at work, right? The same thing over and over again with no variation. Well, that's fantastic. Yeah, That's something I want to do. Actually, for an there's I think the next figure painted thing that I want to do is going to be a true metallic metal with the oils. I think I have a very interesting miniature for that. Where's my blending brush? 1 second here. There we go. Let's keep going from this side here. Keep attacking it from this side. Yeah, that's what's made this so easy. There's certain parts of this where I essentially didn't really have to blend anything. It just happened essentially on its own, or maybe it was coaxed a little bit into blending, but that's all it really took. Blending brush again here. Like so. Surface, oh yeah, that's a contents under pressure. That is really, well, I can't remember the last time I used anything but the uh, iridescent pearl white mixed with regular oil paints. We're going to try the iridescent pearl white. We will be mixing that with a Payne's gray just to try that out. We haven't had a chance to test that. I might try a few of our darker blues here in the recesses, and once again the ease of blending. Right, we're just going to do that. Where's that blending brush again? So you can see that how easy it is to do those blends. There's another one right there. Yeah, I can't remember when's the last time I touched the, was it the Gamblin silver? Yeah. Well, what's weird is that I thought, well, maybe it's the alkyds. It's not the alkyds because I have tons of alkyd colors and they don't do that. They don't do anything like that. So it can't be the alkyds. I don't really think it's the mica flakes because, well, then all of the iridescent pearl white would do that. All of the interference paints would do that. Yep, surface tension. All of the GS, the floral pigment powders, the metallic ones, those definitely mix very well with the linseed oil. So yes, you can create your own fluorescent oil paints, your own metallic oil paints. They are far better than any, well, to me, they're better than any acrylic oil paint, or any acrylic oil paint, any acrylic metallics, because unlike the acrylics, since you don't have to varnish the oils because they're so rugged, you don't lose the metallic effect because from what people say, when they put their varnish on the top of metallic stuff, it tends to wipe out the metallic effect. Yeah, I'm trying to think. Surface tension. The last time I actually opened this thing, I don't even know if I can necessarily find it right here because it's been that long since I last touched it. Yeah, that thing is pretty much buried. Don't even know where it is. I know I used that in the Necron oil painting army series. That's the only other. That's the last time I remember using that. Can't remember using that any other time since then. Just wasn't really the need for it. Come on, there we are. There's that blending brush here again. And yeah, let's do this up here. Like you do there. Mostly the Prussian blue. Again, blending brush here. Blending brush again. All right, now we'll let that have a chance. Wait a minute, let me get that a little more here. Done with the blending brush. Let me see. Yeah, let's do our darker indigo again here. There's again some of these lines we want to fix up a little bit here. Just get a little more definition on, especially this one. That goes all the way across here. Raise that up slightly. Hey there, Diadems. Nice to see ya. Ah, boy, that's almost a 50-point lead now. I do think, and we're halfway through the third. That's an over right there. They would basically have to kick 10 goals to a couple of behinds. I'm thinking that's not super likely. So that is very anticlimactic, wouldn't you say, Recoil? Again, we want to thank Recoil for heading over all the way to the Melbourne Cricket Grounds there to be our on the boundary reporter. But now, now Recoil is just gonna head on home and start setting up that next stream. So again, everybody, please give Recoil 13 a follow so you can watch that stream. Yeah, surface tension. Well, it definitely needs. They put all this other stuff on the label, what they never put is contents under pressure. And I just have never really experienced that from any, not just any other, alkyd based paint or metallic. I've never really experienced that with any other oil paint. So yeah, the folks in Brisbane are partying, but I think everybody else across Australia has tuned that thing out. And actually, it sounds like Recoil. Sometimes people will say, a team lost by 30 points, and they'll say, yeah, it wasn't even that close. And I'm talking NFL games or college football games where losing by 30 is like losing by 60 or 70 in Aussie rules. Boy, that is ending the season on quite the whimper right there. Not at all like the Cats versus the Lions in the semifinal. I guess that's it. The Swans never really faced ultimate elimination the way, say, Brisbane did. So again, we're just doing some more tightening up of these edges right here. And that is something that happens especially here in baseball. Yep, the team that wins 120 games or something like that and is ahead by 30 games at the end of the season, they tend to not do well in the playoffs versus the team that had to win 20 of their last 23 games just to get there. Again, more tightening of these lines and edges here with our indigo. So yeah, we basically approach the TMM as if it were non-metallic metal. We just add the iridescent pearl white to it, but it's definitely, it is really hard to film. If you're wondering why you don't see that on the streams here, it's really, really tough to stream because, well, all of that metal, the lights are just bouncing off of it. So if you're wondering why you don't see more of the true metallic stuff, it's not that we wouldn't like to do it. It just, and it doesn't matter whether it's oils or acrylics. Either way, it just does not show up on camera. When we were asked to do all kinds of commission stuff, especially for game companies, they never, ever, ever asked for metallics because photographing that was a nightmare. So they always asked us to do non-metallics. So people would just think, oh, they don't want to do metallic stuff. It's no, we would. But for a lot of those very reasons, no one ever asked us to. Yeah, we're getting around here. Can't firmen up all of these edges here. All right, we'll get that too. I think we're about maybe 3/4 of the way around this. I think I'm going to do this. I want to try and get to the roof. Now the roof does not have all of this action going on, so I think it'll be fairly simple there. Yeah, surface tension, I've tried a bunch of different ways to try and photograph it. The only way it really works is, especially if you've got any of the interference colors, is if it's one of those rotating things, a rotating carousel, because you can almost sort of see it there in the rotation. But yeah, when you're just doing still photos of it, boy, it just wipes it out. Wait, a little more right there we go. Same over here. I think, we might still have to do something over here. Oh yeah, we got to do that, and then we do have to do our really, really, really light color as well. I just realized, especially on the door. First, let's get our darker indigo in there. Also here. Around this. solidify that. Okay, and let me put this over here. And then we were thinking, at least on that side. That side is okay. That side we had to do a little cleanup on the ropes there. All right, let me do very briefly here. See if we got some of our fast matte white that is doesn't have any kind of blue in there. And we'll try and get this on the little symbol on the door. Where's our... So that would be this symbol right here. That symbol right there. Too much stuff on the end of the brush there. I looked at that and I said, nope, that's not going to work. I think this might... There's a piece of fuzz on that brush, which we're just going to use this to get rid of. Back to it. Right here. Oh yeah, there we go. Boy, we really did need that lighter. Wow, that really stands out much more. And believe it or not, even this is still not 100% white. It's pretty darn close, but it's actually not 100% white. Okay. This is yeah, let's do a little bit of cleanup on these guys. Those were some of the first edges that we did there. Now, it's my indigo here. Nope, not gonna be too light, so I'm gonna cut that down like this. Some lighter edges on the indigo parts of the wood here on this threshold. Parts of the lintel here. Now we got ourselves a little more shape happening. Okay, now let's put you aside for a moment and do our circus top. Oh, it does have ropes on it. Okay, not as many as what we're dealing with the other one, but still does have some ropes on it. Okay. So that we were going to do with the blue. Let me get rid of some of the hot glue strings here. Alright. I don't think I need to go quite so intense with the glazy stuff here. No, Van Dyke Brown. Oh yeah, that's some of that violet stuff there. Let me try some of that. And also a little bit of the... we have to get some of our perline black into there, some of our green. In you go. Yeah, trying this with the acrylics, I would still, even here, you would just see all these layer lines because the acrylic, no matter what you do, it just kind of sits on top of it. This is gonna look like it's gonna look like a parasol. That's what it looks like. It's gonna look like our Mimes of Moria there. And this is the initial stuff here. That's just the Liquitex spray paint. So it's not It's not spray primer or anything like that. It's the Liquitex spray paint. So it's acrylics, and they are foam safe. That's the other really nifty thing about those. Yeah, and that's gonna here. Let me get another blast of the fast matte white out here, cause we're gonna need it. Let me see. Wow, that the lead expands. That this could be another 100-point loss. I mean, it's not like it hasn't happened. The aforementioned St. Kilda Saints lost to Collingwood by over 100. Still shocking, as they would say. When right recoil. So somebody not showing it. Look at that. Look at how that just wipes out the layer lines. You can pretty much see those right with the acrylic, but now with the oils, look at that. They are look at this. This versus this. It's like it is. It just wiped them away. Why? Because you saw. See how it just filled all those layer lines in. Look at that. That's pretty remarkable. It just goes right into those layer lines. And then, of course, the thicker stuff will just kind of sit right on top there. Remember, we're going to do that with the blue. Just wanted to hit this first. No, more of that. You can see I'm trying to vary the color as much as possible as well. So yeah, 107 points by the end of the third quarter. So this is I mean, it's not. Let's say I think the Bulldogs, they gave up somewhere on an average of something like 60 points or whatever a game. So that's we're not even in the fourth quarter yet, and they're already at 107. That is that would be like an NFL game at the end of the third quarter. Somebody is up by about 73 points. Or scored 73 points. I mean, it's weird in any kind of football game, in the U.S. football, to see a score of 70. Tennessee did already do that once this year, though. I think it was to Chattanooga or somebody. More of our fast matte white there. Our thinner again. And there, okay, I think we've done each of these little sections, so now we can go back to doing stuff that might be a little bit on the darker end of things here. Almost a bit like some staining or whatever, or some streaks or whatever. That was a little more of the dark than I wanted, really. There we go. Let's come back to it. And let me get some of this perline black, and then that's it, dark green. Oh, I didn't get it up here yet. Yeah, recoil, I think that this in that fourth quarter, we'll see probably a lot of fights and stuff. And that kind of generally what happens, right, when a team knows that they've just basically given away their whole season. Because, by the way, folks, the footy season begins basically in March. And you've basically been the front runner since March. And now you're in the championship game at last, and you have already given up 100 points at the end of 3 quarters. That's not quite how that's supposed to go. Needless to say. Yeah, I think there might be some pugilism going on. Yes, I think there's going to be some pugilism. Here, I'll get some of our fast mat weight out here yet again. I'm running out of new areas to put that stuff. You know what? Before no, let's do that right now. Let's do it now. And again, this is not quite with the thinner in it. And that's going to go down here. Like so. Some of it over here. Because unlike, say, well, U.S. sports, where at this time you would have just the benches out there, all the starters would be not on the field anymore. There's only 4 substitutes on each team. So there is no just clear the benches, because the benches are mostly on the field. So it is definitely going to get ugly. And of course they're still on the field. They don't go into the locker rooms for the first and third quarter breaks. They only go into the locker room at halftime, so they're just literally sitting out there on the field, just kind of stewing. How you doing there, Ingones? Happy Saturday to you. I hope that you are doing very well. Yeah, here we go. Look at that. Look at that. More of it here. Yeah, we would not be able to do this if we didn't have these this new rig here. We wouldn't be able to do our parasol act right here. So great to see you again, as always, Ingones. Geez, yeah, here, let me show you the rest of the bill. There you go. So this is one of our much larger Khandish yurts. All right, let me get a little bit more of that green going into the roof now here. And you'll be able to kind of see it here. See how that's starting to tint a little bit towards the green? That is what we did on that one there. So guys, hopefully you got a whole bunch of fun things planned for the weekend. More fun than Sydney Swans fans are going to have this weekend. That's for sure. All right. So get a little hint of that green. Now I think at this I will get the blue on here. Prussian blue. More of that Prussian blue. More, ooh, not that much thinner. That would have been a wee bit too much there. And all the way up here. Again, shoving that down into all the layer lines. Am I going to need to get some more of my Prussian blue? I think we'll be able to do what we need to do with this. All right. Now, some of the fast mat weight. It's almost like we're doing some pottery here. Now we'll try and get the folds in here. Very, very quickly. Nope, gotta get back to that lighter stuff here. Alright, and we might just let that set for a spell. Van Dyke Brown here. So there's actually no primer on this Khandish. This is just using the Bamboo Carbon X1, using the Black Matte PLA from Elegoo. And I'll take the spray paint, and that's the spray acrylic, and just put some rudimentary lighter colors on there, like this. And then the oil paint just fills in the layer line, because that's the oils are, again, because we can make them so incredibly thin. So yeah, that is all printed with the Black Matte PLA. But with the oil paints, again, being able to use the thinner and such, and make it so much thinner than acrylic paints. Getting some more of this darker Van Dyke brown down onto the ropes here. There we go. We need these to be nice and dark. And same thing here, lots and lots of the thinner in there that filled in all the layer lines, and then we went over it with the much thicker paint, which then blended with the initial lighter color there, and continued to fill in the layer lines. Darkening this up. Nope, just the standard, was it the 0.4 nozzle? Just a standard 0.4 nozzle. I have the 0.2. If I had a second X1, I would be using that more often, but unfortunately I have hundreds of terrain pieces that need to be printed, so I don't want to sadly have the time to see, and I'm sure it would be amazing. I do hope at some point to get a chance to use that 0.2 nozzle. But until we have a second one of those, yeah, I won't be able to do that. Just time constraints, sadly. Geez, it's even if I had a second one, I don't even know. I might still not have enough time. All right, let me get back to that perline black again here. There. So again, it's all the oils that are doing this, because again, they're wet blending the entire time. Now that's really got some of the green going in it. Now more of a greenish gray. And what's interesting is that even with this, all of the well, like the Corsair ships, again, I didn't print out the Corsair ships. I got these from Etsy because I didn't have a printer at the time. The ships that I have printed since, those are definitely of a better quality. So, and there's folks that they've said they can't even see the layer lines even before they are completely painted. So the oils, again, they do help, but the bamboo is definitely, because I've never used an Ender 3 or Ender 5 or any of those older ones. But you can see is that just goes on there so silky smooth, right? That again is another reason why those layer lines just get wiped away. They're just going away. Hey there, Thousand Young. Nice to see you again. Of course, we're always keeping an eye on you for sure. How you doing there, Thousand Young? So yeah, that is wow. That is not appointment viewing right there. Needless to say, right, Recoil? That is not appointment viewing. So thanks for enduring that for us. We appreciate you being the boundary reporter for a day that's not going to go down well with Swans fans. I think that's going to be a bitter pill to swallow. Which is ironic because it's either going to be one of the Easterling ships that I printed out, or it's going to be the Doe Amroth ship that I printed out, which is basically a swan boat. Let me see. So yeah, Angani's. Oh, what are they here? Yeah, here's one of them here. So these were the PLA printed ballistas that were sent with the ships, and since I have the ship files now, and I printed those and the more detailed stuff on the resin printer, and that was definitely the way to go. The more detailed stuff on the resin printer and the large bulky stuff doing it the regular way. So Thousand Young, if you wanted to share anything in the chat like usual, please go ahead. Some of the fabulous sculpting. Okay, yeah, now we're going to try and really get down to the lighter stuff down here on the edges of the roof here. Like so. There. Here too. Yeah, we need some, well, a little bit thinner. Not, it can't be too much though, because then it will just kind of spider out into the layer lines. And of course, this is the kind of thing that normally has a lot of layer lines, right? Because it's very shallow. The vertical stuff, that's where you're less likely to see them. But here, you're definitely more likely to see things like layer lines. Although again, I do think that the X1 carbon is just the quality of it. And speed-wise, I mean, I didn't use the the sport mode? That's what it's called, but it's basically the higher speed option. I used to use that in the beginning. I have not used that in forever. Again, at some point, hopefully, we have ourselves a second bamboo X1 so that we can get through things like this a whole lot faster. Now we're going to do something up here with this. I think we already have the... Nah, I'm going to give me some more of the Prussian blue out here. Let's try that. Yep, that's the Prussian blue there. And this will be not quite a dry brush, but sort of a dry brush. Everybody please check out that link that Surface Tension just posted. Or sorry, not Surface Tension. Surface Tension. See you later. Have a good walk with the dog. So yeah, well, we're not going to be seeing that here today. That's for sure. That odd, bright yellow object in the sky, not so much. But do check out that link that Thousand Young just posted. So Thousand Young, hopefully you get a chance to start doing some streaming again. Yeah, we're just going to roll with the darker blue, letting that do its little blending stuff there. Like you do. And it's mixing with the lighter stuff all the time. And then we're going to try and do some streaks here. I'm just letting some of the brown that's already in this. Look at that. I'm just going to grab that and just yank that down the sides here. Because why not, right? It's like automatic weathering. Take a little of that. And that will go right up in here. Now I'm going to redirect some of the bristles on that brush here a little bit. Well, that's the other thing that the oil paint lets you do, is you can actually manipulate your brush. You can reshape it. Especially if you have the thicker oil paint on there, you can really well and truly just kind of alter its shape. Let me try this here. So in Khandish, I do think that, and I know I've talked to a couple of people that have done the X1 with that 0.2 nozzle and let it just, be slow, right? Not going for speed or anything. And they said it's not been too shabby. So something like I don't know, Smaug, or a much larger thing that you don't want to be so fragile. And it's not like you're going to print 10 of those. All right, you would probably just print the one. There. Okay. Now that's got some nice edges to it. This is mostly just the Van Dyke brown and the Mars black here. I gotta be very judicious with the thinner there, right? Too much thinner, it's just gonna expand out there. So Thousand Young, I hope that your weekend is gonna be fabulous. Again, the programming though won't be streaming the usual Saturday stream, Because again, this counts as our Friday stream. And I won't be able to do a substitute Saturday on Sunday because I have to do the Council of Miniature Painters. So if you don't see me doing the stream thing tomorrow, I did not meet an unfortunate demise like the Sydney Swans just did. Nope, not that big old chunk of paint there. Alright, we are getting there slowly here. Well, maybe not so slowly, because it hasn't even technically been 4 hours yet. And we are painting a rather massive piece of terrain with a whole lot of freehand on it. Oh, by the way, I did do a tutorial video on one of the yurts for the Patreon page. At least I think so. Now the darkest stuff on the ropes here. More of it right there. I think, yep, we've worked our way all the way around. So now we're going to let that set for a spell, and we want to do our lighter rope stuff there. But let's get back to this. Because I think we need to, yeah, let's get a little bit of our lighter stuff along the edge of this. I'm just looking at the, well, maybe not. I'm not so sure about that, yeah. I think I'd still like to get some of my lightest light on that. So here, let's get all the paint out of that brush there. This may not really look it on screen, but there is going to be a difference. Oh yeah, there's definitely a difference between that light. Now we're not doing that everywhere. We're trying to do this on the kind of the raised folds here. All right, to get a little bit of shape in there. Not going crazy with it, but yeah, we need to get some there. So yep, that is well, it's probably not going to be 100-point loss, but it might as well be. So yeah, that is wow. Oh, but yeah, recoil. That as far as trying to watch that here, there was a couple of folks that they signed up for whatever kind of viewing service or whatever, and it was, well, ungodly expensive. It was a really, really expensive, and then there was a point where they couldn't see the games. They had paid all this money, and for whatever it was with the provider, they couldn't actually get to. They weren't allowed access to the games. So yeah, somebody. I mean, I don't know. Is that a preparation thing? Is that just a? I mean, how is it nerves? I mean, the Swans not exactly a young team, and you would think after having played an entire season plus the playoffs, at the end of that you really shouldn't be a rookie. But I think they just had too much ease. It was just too easy. I think there might have been more than one person when they were having that sort of towards the end of the season issue there. They might have said this could be a problem in the playoffs. All right, let's do this. And oh yeah, what happened there? We'll fill that in with our white. I mean, I've seen that here again with I think baseball and basketball. That's another. Well, no, it's see that's the difference. Well, usually things like basketball where it's a playoff series. Yeah, there was definitely a couple of teams. I mean, even Hawthorne, you could say, right, Recoil, that Hawthorne was one of those teams that basically had to win all of their last remaining games just to get there. I know that that doesn't show up in, well, it used to be called sabermetrics, but now it's all the data points now. What doesn't show up in, if you looked at only data points, Sydney would not be losing by about 80 some odd points. But stats and all that other stuff, those are great for fantasy football and those type of things. There's 100,000 there too. Well, there ain't 100,000 of them sitting there now. So yeah, Recoil this weekend, like that Georgia Alabama game, there'll be at least 103,000 there. And there's going to be about 112,000 at Happy Valley in Penn State. And I'm pretty sure Tennessee is playing a home game, so Neyland Stadium, that's another about 108,000 there. So I believe we determined what there's 13 stadiums in college football that hold over 100,000 folks. The number of NFL stadiums that hold 100,000 people is 0. The number of NFL stadiums that hold 80 or 90,000, also 0. Gotta love college football. Because, yeah, there's the 100 and some odd thousand people in the stadium. There's probably another 100,000 outside the stadium. Okay, now we've got that all nice and set up. Okay, very nice. One more little shot right there. Okay. Now with some of the blue up here, what can we do for making some of that a bit lighter? Let me see if this is too light. Up there, maybe more thinner in it. Okay, here, let's go back to more of the... Yeah, okay. Still got this blending brush here. So I'm just going to pop some of that here. Take this. And then just spread that around very nicely. Because now we've got ourselves now we have enough paint built up, it's much easier to do that. All right. we'll just keep working our way, marching along all of these folds here. A little more up there. Some here. All right. Oh, yeah. Hey there, Bryce. How you doing? Nice to see you there, Bryce. Oh, Bryce. Let's see. I'll have to send you some of these pictures. So, we've had Boomnets has been sculpting Lord of the Rings themed gummy bear characters, and Recoil, of course, he went onto AI and basically typed in things like Gandalf as gummy bear or Gimli as gummy bear, and now we're basically making an entire Lord of the Rings line of we have Gumlum, we have Gumladriel, we have Legumless, we have Aragum. We also let's see, what's Gumdoff the Grey. So yeah, an entire gummy bear themed or Lord of the Rings themed set of gummy bears. And the idea is that we're hoping to have at least a few of these for the end of October for some of those Kathy birthday streams. So this is the Gumladriel right here. It's all just happened in the last few weeks. Literally just the last few weeks. Now, I don't... let's see, did you get a chance to see any of the ships being painted? But yeah, we painted 3 of the Corsair ships. And of course, well, we've been painting tons of Easterling buildings. We have more of those that we will be doing. But yeah, Bryce, I mean, you can just go into AI yourself and just try something like show me Samwise Gamgee as a gummy bear, or Frodo as a gummy bear. So in the future, for those the Cathicons that we want to do in the future, then we'll have these STL files, and then we could give them to folks. They could print those out, and we could have multiple people painting those in late October. So, well, boy, those the Brisbane fans must have gotten really worried. Their recall at the end, they only won by 60. Yeah, that must have been a kind of a bit of a nail biter at the end for the Brisbane fans. Thanks, Bryce. That would be super handy. That would be fantastic. So, Bryce, yeah, I just obviously Armored Wolf, he had found me some STL files of gummy bears, which is great. But then we thought, then we started thinking, well, is there a way to convert that, right, and make it look more like, well, this is somewhat of a Lord of the Rings channel here. Is there a way to make it look something like, well, a Lord of the Rings themed gummy bear? And since we've been utilizing AI so much for reference materials, I thought, well, let's see what happens when we try that, and it really worked out very well. Hey there, Bitron, how you doing? Boy, great to see you there, Bitron. Sorry that work has been just so crazy for you for months now. So great to see you again there, Bitron. All right. Yeah, Bitron. The thing I'm trying to determine is, do we go more realistic with the bases, or do we try to have something kind of, well, gummy bear themed for the bases? Not sure how that would work. More of that lighter stuff up here. Again, I'm just going to toss that on there and then take Mr. Blending Brush and then do that. So Bryce, I don't know about I guess it could. I'm sure there's actually some, like maybe more advanced programs that could do that. This is just the basic Windows, what is it, Copilot AI, just the free thing. But I'm sure there's probably some paid stuff that could do that. But actually, I never knew that. Wow, geez, Bitron, I wonder if that was on in the 80s or something. But that was I wish I had had that rudimentary knowledge of either Mixer, Blender, ZBrush, something like that, where I could have just sculpted those. Even if again, it's gummy bears, right? Yeah, I figure it had to be in the 80s, right, Bitron? So, Bitron, I don't know if you've had a chance to kind of get back into the hobby swing of things there. Actually, Bryce is speaking of which, is there something that you're working on now? I know obviously ReaperCon is over now. Let's get some of that over here. All I know is that gummy bears were banned in our high school because people found out that if you just licked them enough, it gave them amazing adhering properties. And you would find gummy bears stuck to all kinds of things. I'll never forget, it was U.S. history class when the projector is turned on and there's a gigantic shadow of a gummy bear on the screen because somebody had stuck a gummy bear to the projector there. Right, that sounds like an intense mission right there. Well, looking forward to seeing you there. That would be sensational. You know what? I think I know what that is. Let me see if I can. This might just work. Because I think that might be. Yeah, that's what that is. That was actually a little piece of support there. I was like, that is off at a very weird angle. So we just got rid of that. And of course, well, boy, the attack of the bots begins again. It's just so weird. It's all these old-fashioned style ones, and everybody's getting them. They have been a scourge over the last couple of months. So, Bryce, I guess, well, hopefully you can get all of that done. I know that's going to be quite a bit of work there. Blending brush again. Where you at? There you are. And again, see, it's that tapping motion there. Let me get a little bit more of our lighter stuff up here, if we can. Hey there, Kirik. Nice to see you again. Happy Saturday to you. So welcome back, Kirik. Bryce, well, I mean, all kidding aside, all of the figures that have been painted on here, even the Conquest stuff. I mean, we did these two last night. I think it was about a 4.5 hour stream, maybe. And we painted those two start to finish again with the oil paints. So Kira, again, I hope that you do it well. Where's that blending brush again? Don't want to lose track of that. There we go. More of our light in there. And let me see. I think, oh yeah, I think we painted. I think you saw the Instagram link, right, with all the Morgul Knights. I think there was 20 of those. Well, there was 19 because one we painted as a tutorial video. But that was maybe 6 streams to paint the 19 of the. And we're talking about Morgul Knights on horseback. And well, those Corsair ships, we painted 3 of those already on stream. We have more Corsairs that we'll be painting. We'll be painting more ships. The next ship I'm going to paint is a Dol Amroth ship. Actually, yeah. Right, yeah, I did 3 of those here. And again, these are 28 mil. And I can fit, and this is with the bases, I can fit at least 18 Corsairs on that ship comfortably. Obviously, we got all the masts and rigging and all that kind of stuff that we'll be doing. I also, gee whiz, I think I have about 15, no, now I have about 18 different ship files of different sizes. The Dol Amroth ship should be very fun. I'm going to take the printing goes ever on version of a Corsair ship because it's basically a Chinese junk, and we're going to use that. Needless to say, that's going to be for Easterlings. Yeah, since, well, that. And I'm almost done printing out a giant Easterling building that's basically like the size of Medjugorje. I've got basically the entire city of Umbar printed out. I've got Minas Morgul printed out. Fornost, Rivendell, massive Lothlorien, which actually I was doing when I was getting the spray paint on these things, I was also doing another one of those treehouse things. And again, a little over 4 hours ago, that's what this thing looked like. It looked like that. And I think the ships were again about, well, the last one I think was about a 4.5 hour stream. I think the first one might have been more like 5 hours. And they're all FDM printed. And of course, we've been using the oils to fill in all of those layer lines. Ooh, let me get the roof here. Let's get back to that again. I almost forgot. Okay, find a little bit more of the light on the end of that. Now we need to get some of the later rope stuff in here. Same deal as before. Can't have too much thinner in it, because we want that to sit on top of the layer lines and hide those. There we go. And we'll just do this now on all of the ropes. So again, 4 hours, 20 minutes ago, this had no oil paint on it whatsoever. So recoil with the with the final well and truly in hand there. I don't know if you're getting all set to do your next stream there. And Bryce, if there's anything you wanted to share in the chat, Discord link, Insta link, whatever, please go ahead and do that. I guess now, Bryce, will you be doing a tournament at Adepticon? I wish that I could do the, the Lord of the Rings tournament. Mostly because I only have, like, I don't know, 12,000 point armies at this point. Could literally just show up there and just show up to the table, say, here, roll a d20, and whatever comes up, we'll just play that army. Well, good luck with all the Golden Demon stuff there, Bryce. Good luck with that. They changed directions on me here with these ropes. Yeah, recoil, but I tell you, I really do, that is some interesting stuff. Again, Kathy's sister sent me this, and I just, when I opened it up, I just said, boy, what's that smell? I thought it was obviously the spices, right, or something like that, because I've been doing so much with those. I thought, well, that's not quite the campfire smell that I remember from that spice, but maybe I'm just misremembering here. But no, it was that that peanut butter stuff, which I'm gonna have to get again. I don't know if it's. I doubt that I'm gonna find that at the medicine store, at the pharmacy, as I like to call it. I don't think I'm gonna find it there, so I might have to get that on Amazon or something. Yes, recoil again. It's not for enjoyment, right? It's not for selfish reasons. It is strictly for the good of the stream. Getting to the rope here. Yeah, I don't even know what all the categories are aside from kind of the ones that have always been around. Oh, geez, Bryce. Yeah, have you seen all the new Middle Earth SPG stuff? Yes, there's a new starter set coming. Actually, Recoil, did you see that too? I think, what is it? Yeah, 2 heroes. Well, we saw the wolf miniature initially, but you've got 24 new Dunlending sculpts, 24 new, whatchamacallit, Rohan sculpts. They're all plastic. So, the War of the Rohirrim movie, well, and then the Hunt for Gollum movies, GW's got the rights to those. So I have a feeling you'll be seeing some of those new plastic sculpts showing up in the Golden Demons. So I'm not sure when that's going to go for pre-release. Oh, by the way, I did, I got them assembled at least, but all of the new, well, not the werewolves and all that really pricey stuff, but the Karn Doom warriors and the heroes, I've got those. Those are assembled. I just got to get them on bases now. Of course, we're very nervous here that it'll do something to kind of fracture the community, where they do something really weird with the rules or whatever, because we were very used to a stable rule system where maybe they would add the legendary legions or that sort of thing. So we'll see how it goes. Yeah, it could kind of run either way. no way to know until it actually happens. Now, of course, it did mean that the Rise of Angmar book essentially is dead on arrival. I don't know if anybody's been getting that book. I've only seen 1 or 2 battle reports from that book. I mean, I got it just in case we end up, well, pretty much only going with the new book, or with the old stuff. You know what, I never did. Okay, yeah, we got this brush here. I'm going to take, once again, the Prussian blue, some of that. Put that in here. I think instead of that lighter blue, we're just going to go with the darker stuff here. Up here. Take some of that down a little. Now maybe something lighter. And then they see, now we can let those two blend together like we wanted. That's better. Okay. More of that light up here. And all it is just some of the fast matte white, and I just blend it into the Prussian blue. That is all it is. It's very simple. Nothing crazy. Now we're going to try and do some actual genuine streaks. I think maybe get a little bit more of the greenish color in a few places. Let me see if we can do that as well. Perline black. I want to get a little, yeah, we got some of it over here. Yes, we do. Nice little streaks going down here, and blending brush to do that. And oh yeah, we've got those printed vehicles. Right now we're also printing out an Eldar vehicle. Here's one of the 2 vehicles that we printed out. And we're going to be doing again a series of, this thing is really, really heavy there. And we're doing a series of these vehicles. We've got that Basilisk that we also printed out. We'll be doing a whole bunch of tutorials with those. And right now, as we speak, we've got that Eldar Grav Tank printing out. That's going to be another tutorial series on the Patreon page. There we go. Now we're getting our last little bit of the streaks here. We even did these on the Easterling roofs. That's a new Kickstarter campaign that's actually still underway. Drag those down. Let me see if I can get to that Basilisk here without dropping it. There it is. So there's the Basilisk right there. And again, we're going to be taking the Stynylrez primer, going to mix it with the inks, and we're going to create basically a primer painting type situation there. And then we're going to do all the rest of it with the oil paints. So it's, again, part of our Vehicles Workshop series. I think this is one of the very first Vehicles Workshop episodes that we did. I think it was a 3-part series on this tank, also primer painting, but I didn't have the inks then. So that is something that has developed a whole lot more since that first series. Yeah, when the Green Stuff World came out with those inks, I was actually able to make fluorescent primer, mixing some of the Green Stuff World fluorescent inks with the, I think it was the pale mustard Stynylrez or something like that. So yes, we've even started to make fluorescent primer, because why not? Now, there we go. Now we're really starting to get some of our streaks on the roof here. It's starting to look like a dirty parasol. A little bit more of the Van Dyke brown there. And have that kind of flow down into these areas a little bit more. Like so. Cold Hands, I don't have any of the Chimera colors. They were supposed to send me those back in 2019. They were on the way here, but then I was at ReaperCon, and even though I had a hold mail, the post office still tried to deliver them anyway. We did not know that. Next thing you know, they were sent all the way back to Spain. And then they said, well, that's not a huge tragedy. We'll get you that stuff at Adepticon, which, well, that didn't happen for 2 years. So I've only ever tried the Chimera colors one time, and that was back in, well, 2019 at Gen Con. So that's the last time I used them. That's fantastic, Bryce. That is super cool. I'm glad that worked out. So Cold Hands, I think once I started using those, somebody did mention the Chimera colors had some inks or whatever. I've just been using, well, the Green Stuff World ones, and then filled out the rest with the Liquitex inks, and that's worked out very well. I mean, to me, the Chimera color stuff, that's I almost see it as being able to approach the thing like more like a watercolor. Because essentially they're just very pure pigment. And that seems to be mostly what they're about. Maybe at some point we get to try those. Now, Cold Hands, have you had a chance to use those at all yourself? I wasn't sure if you've gotten any advanced versions or anything like that. You know what? Fine. Okay, we'll one more little bit of our fast mat out here. So yeah, again, it would have been nice to be able to try those out on kind of a mass usage base instead of just that one time 5 years ago. Here's our lighter stuff. Here in the corners. I mean, here the major emphasis obviously is the oil paints, especially on stream. Yeah, you won't be seeing any acrylics on a stream, since there's, well, usually interruptions and other things, and that makes it really difficult to not have the acrylics just dry in the brush. But the oils don't have to worry about that. Yeah, cold hands, that should be a very fun experiment. Yep, I think you'll have a blast doing that. You're going to have a little too much thinner in there. We're going to back away from that just a smidge. And again, the blending brush. This again, I know this is one thing you won't be able to do with them, that's for sure. Won't be doing the blending brush stuff. Because again, all of this paint on here is still actually wet. However, by this time tomorrow, this will be either mostly dry or entirely dry. That's the one thing that we learned when we were painting all of our Easterling terrain. Well, actually, we learned it when we were doing these, too. Yeah, that is the one that for sure the acrylics trend towards not being terribly bright and luminous compared to the oils, so the more pure the pigment can be, the better. Yeah, let's get some of our light there, and then a little something here on the edge. Might back away a little there. Something about that, yeah, I like that. I was tempted to do something lighter for the. We'll leave the ropes. No, we won't go any lighter on the ropes. Can just take that, push that around. It sets up the next batch here, which we can push around again. More streaks there. So yeah, but I've got basically the entire city of Minas Morgul printed out, and it's all gonna have that sort of pallid greenish glow, just like it did in the movies. And I mean the entire city. We're talking about that kind of central citadel. We're talking about the walls, all the other buildings within the city too. And that, well, I'm using it as Fornos. It really is more like an Oscilia type of thing, but what's nice is the Conquest Creations buildings are a little bit different. They're a little bulkier. He also is using that clip system, which really is kind of nice. Yeah, again, we haven't been able to play with any of the Chimera stuff for a long time. The little bit that I tried way back in 2019, it was kind of fun. They were a little bit again like watercolors almost, because I don't know, there was 8 or 9 of them or something like that, and I just mixed them together like I would do with my watercolors. Hey, Kate Crates, how you doing? Everybody, please give Kate Crates a follow. So, Kate, if you want to post your Discord link, please go ahead and do that. Where's the bottom half of our building? Here we go. So this is a giant version of the Khandish Yurts. And I do mean a giant version because that one could fit inside there. And we'll be doing all of our color schemes, right, that we did for all of our Khandish stuff. So we'll be doing one of these mega ones like that, and then the purple color scheme too. So Kate, you want to share your Discord link in the chat there? Please go ahead. I think it's a Discord link. Could be wrong, but I think it's a Discord link. There. So yeah, Kate, these color charts we were talking about for the color theory and oils episodes, we do at least 2 to 6 of these in a typical episode, and then we'll usually paint some miniatures to test some of the concepts that we see in those color charts. So everybody, please check out that Discord link that Kate just posted, and then please give Kate Great a follow. So great to see you again there, Kate. Oh, and here was the 2 Conquest figures that we painted last night. Because I think you had to start your stream before you got to see those to that state. Yeah, Kate, and again, the nice thing about the oils is you do not have to start out with a bazillion colors. I mean, I had 10, and they were just the junky old student grade to start with. I mean, well, even when I was doing watercolors, I never had really more than 12 colors tops. I mean, there's maybe 4, I don't know, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I don't know, there's maybe about 8 or 9 actual colors out here on the palette, maybe. And again, that is for this faction of our Khandish guys. There's some of the old Yurts. Again, 3 different color schemes. There's one of the factions of, again, 3 different factions in there. And of course, well, there's our ships that we were painting, again, with the oil paints. And of course, there's the Corsairs. So yeah, Kate, the nice thing about the Williamsburg starter set, I might have some of the, where's one of them here? Here we go. So the nice thing is that, yes, it's a starter set, but there's no difference between this and the regular Williamsburg artist oils, whereas the Winsor Newton, the Gamlin, all of those are, well, student grade. So that's a nice, it's pricier for sure to get the Williamsburg stuff, but that nice little caveat is that, well, you're getting the actual regular artist oils out of it. And I think, what was it, with the Modern Colors set? That was the one we ended up getting, because it had, well, the Fanchon Red, it had the Egyptian Violet. I know they've switched out a few, well, that Quinacridone Golden Brown, that ain't in there anymore. Because that is like a series bazillion paint there, so that's why they got rid of that one. Because people realized they could just get the starter set, ditch the rest of the starter set, and sell that one tube for about 40 bucks. Yep, Kate, he can be yeah, tell him he would be the Grinch that stole Christmas if he does not provide those oil paints right there. Which, oh yeah, that's that was where that story got semi-interrupted, but yeah, we have one of those inflatable lawn Christmas decoration things that's coming here, and it's pretty funny because you got Santa climbing up a Christmas tree, and let's just say that a dog has hold of his pants, and this particular inflatable lawn thing reveals that whether Santa has a preference for boxers or briefs. So yeah, Kate, might as well make this a very special year indeed. Buck that trend and say, you know what, I could really use these. And again, definitely do those color chart things, and I strongly advise something like this. This is just Van Dyke Brown and Brilliant Yellow Pale. Because and you could do it on some kind of a like a vampire type figure or whatever, and you could say, well, I'm just literally painting it in film noir. So yeah, I forget. All I know is that the place where I was able to get it, I got it for $10 less than it would be on Amazon. So I said, well, we'll roll with this. Because the only other time we had one of those, sadly, it got damaged in the wind. It's literally now an indoor Christmas decoration, which is kind of funny. But it's again with the wire getting ripped out of the little motor thing, there's no way to, and it ripped right at the end, so there was very little wire for me to work with. And there we go. Okay, getting some of that going here. So see you later there, Bryce. Thank you so much for being here. And again, I'm looking forward to seeing you at Adepticon. So have yourself a good night there, Bryce. Now starting to be able to do a little bit more of just dry brush, you think, because we have enough stuff on here already to work with, right? Using our soft craft brushes, right? Nice to see you there, Paint Station. So Paint Station, I hope that you're doing really well on this here Saturday morning. Great to see you, of course. Let me get back to my reference here real quick. Let's get rid of that. There we are. So I'm just going to try, I think, put a few little light areas here on these ropes with whatever we got left sitting out here. Yeah. And not every single one, just a few little areas here and there. Can't have too much thinner on there, because again, it's going to just sink right down into those layer lines. Let me see, 4 hours and 48 minutes ago, this piece of terrain, well, it had zero paint on it, none whatsoever. It's happened, again, it happens really, really quick. Yeah, well, that would be just what I'm doing here with these little pieces of the rope would be a nightmare with the acrylics. Because it wouldn't just sit on the end of the brush like this, because the acrylics are drying, right? Do you really think I could just kind of keep going and going and going, and that the paint consistency is not changing, right? Because again, the paint's not drying on the end of the brush. Doing that in acrylics, I might be able to get one rope, if I'm lucky. So glad that you're doing well there, Paint Station. And again, everybody please check out that Discord link that Kate posted, Paint Station. I don't know if you have any Insta Discord link stuff you've been working on lately that you wanted to post in the chat there. Hopefully you've had a chance to, well, get to that paint station and be able to work on some minis. I'm going to have to keep going in this direction. Yeah, let's keep going this way. We're almost all the way around here. Almost all the way around. Fine, we'll hit these two guys, and we're going to do a little something up there. Now Well, glad that you're able to get to be able to do some of the commissions there, Paint Station. And again, you want to share some of the stuff in the chat there. Please go ahead and do so. All right, let's get to, let's mix these a little bit. Well, as we approach the 5-hour mark, I think we might head off to Isidore, something like that. Because, well, it's almost 3 o'clock in the morning here, and probably in about 4 or 5 hours, we're going to have to be starting to set up the block party stuff, I think. At least, hopefully, that's how it's going to roll. And a quote here. Let me see if we can. I can actually zoom out. Can I? One, at least one. Yep, I can zoom out once here. So everybody, please check out that Instagram link there that Paint Station Minis just shared. And again, there we are. So we have our parasol and we have our Khandish Yurt. Yes, indeed. So that was that's been a very interesting little thing. And again, less than 5 hours ago, that's what it looked like right there. Okay, so here, let's get our raid countdown underway. Again, we're gonna head over to Isidore here. There we go. So let's get that raid countdown underway. So thanks again, Armored Wolf. Appreciate all the moderations there. Appreciate all the bits, the subs, the follows, and the cheers. So thanks so much, everybody, and I will be seeing you